way, then directed him to appear in court on the 2nd of April, along with the company's managing director, Acharya Balakrishna, to explain why contempt action should not be initiated against them for violating the top court's orders. Now, the top court had, remember, ordered earlier prohibiting advertisements claiming to cure diseases and discrediting modern medicine. Now, in a significant development, the Supreme Court on Monday sought responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of VVPAT slips in polls as opposed to the current practice of verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs through the VVPAT paper slips. The Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail, or the VVPAT, is an independent vote verification system which permits an elector to see whether his vote has been cast correctly. Now, the Delhi High Court has asked the Enforcement Directorate to submit its response to Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's bail application, seeking a reply on why the Chief Minister should be kept in custody. The court has also asked a note from the ED to the special judge on the issue of Arvind Kejriwal passing orders while in custody in the excise policy-linked money laundering case. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar has added his weight to BJP claims that the Congress government, led by Indira Gandhi, gave away the Katchatheevu island to Sri Lanka in 1974 and kept this hidden. Now, Jaishankar's assertions came a day after Prime Minister Modi accused the Congress of callously giving away the island to Sri Lanka. Now, while the Congress hits back, questioning what the BJP has done in the last 10 years to address the issue. Take a look at this report.
50 years after the Indira Gandhi government in New Delhi ceded the 285-acre uninhabited Katchatheevu island on the Palk Strait to Sri Lanka, an RTI response by the BJP's Tamil Nadu unit chief Annamalai, the party says, proves that the Congress government and its ally since 2004, the DMK, were complicit in ceding the island. While the political and diplomatic context was different then, and Sri Lanka argued a strong case, Katchatheevu has been a motive issue for Tamil Nadu's fishermen, and the DMK had maintained that it was a historic mistake to cede the island. It's a sensitive pressure point in a long and checkered history between the DMK and Congress, which have been strong allies against the BJP. Comes as an embarrassment during the election campaign. Over the last few decades, the Sri Lankan Navy has killed nearly 500 Indian fishermen for straying into Lankan waters. Now they even auction seized Indian boats, crippling their livelihood. The 1974 agreement between India and Sri Lanka gave Indian fishermen rights to fish around Katchatheevu, to dry their nets there and to undertake pilgrimage to a Catholic shrine there. But another agreement 2 years later denied these privileges. The External Affairs Minister blamed the ceding of the island squarely on the position of the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and then Indira Gandhi.
This is an observation by the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in May of 1961. He writes, I attach no importance at all to this little island, and I would have no hesitation in giving up our claim to it.
For years, the demand to retrieve Katchatheevu has been a key poll issue in Tamil Nadu. But it's a question if getting it back alone can change realities for fishermen. While solutions like even leasing of the island was suggested by Jayalalitha, it's an issue that's often found political spotlight in election season with no solution after.
6 lakh Tamils who are suffering in Sri Lanka, they had to come to India as refugees and settle here. As a result of this settlement, they have lived in this country for the last 50 years, their families are here, they enjoy freedom.
The cessation of this Katchatheevu is a historical wrong. We have always opposed it and we wanted Katchatheevu to be retrieved. In the last 10 years, what has the BJP done? What are the steps taken by Mr. Jaishankar, Mr. Narendra Modi?
Both Congress and BJP are only interested to play vote bank politics in the name of Katchatheevu. Why BJP is not able to give out a statement that, yes, we will retrieve Katchatheevu? Why all of a sudden after 3 years of taking charge as Tamil Nadu leader, Annamalai got the enlightenment to talk about Katchatheevu?
And this man, Brij Kandalwal, had unsuccessfully moved a plea in the court then.
I filed this petition in 1974. No government has any business to reduce the territory of India. You can add, but they can't dilute or diminish the territory of India. That was the whole idea.
While both the Congress and the DMK have as much to explain as the BJP, politically the Saffron Party is in troubled waters in Tamil Nadu without a major ally after the AIADMK snapped ties last year. But the big question, would raking up a 50-year-old issue help the BJP net seats in the Dravidian heartland, where it has a negligible presence? In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
The Supreme Court has refused to stay a judicial probe into the death of a protesting farmer at the Haryana border. The court was hearing a petition filed by the Haryana government challenging the High Court's March 7th order, which had formed a committee headed by the former High Court judge to inquire into the death of a farmer. Now, Shubkaran Singh had died during the clashes. The Supreme Court said that the supervision of the matter by a panel headed by a retired judge would infuse fairness and transparency. Remember, Shubkaran was a native of Bathinda and he was killed and several police personnel were injured in these clashes at Kanori at the Punjab-Haryana border on the 21st of February. Now the Supreme Court has gone ahead and stayed the judicial probe.
The Supreme Court has refused to stay the judicial probe into the death of young farmer Shubkaran Singh from Punjab, who died during farmers' protest at Punjab-Haryana border on 21st of Feb. The judicial probe was also to investigate whether the use of force on protesting farmers marching towards Delhi was commensurate with the situation on the ground. And the Haryana government had filed a plea in the Supreme Court saying that the High Court has erred in passing the above order, since in the present matter substantially FIR was registered on the complaint of the young farmer's father and later transferred to Haryana for further probe. And basically the Haryana government's plea said that such a kind of order for a judicial probe in this killing will demoralize the police force of Haryana, which was summarily rejected or sort of not accepted by the Supreme Court, and hence this petition was rejected or not accepted. Haryana police had blamed the protesting farmers for resorting to violence and injuring several of their police personnel with stones and swords. It was during these clashes that Shubkaran Singh was killed due to a bullet injury. The Haryana police or the Haryana government had contended that this was a clash between the protesters and the police, and the farmer Shubkaran Singh was not deliberately killed. Later, the probe into his death had been stuck over the jurisdiction issue, whether the state farmer died in the jurisdiction of Haryana or in the region of Punjab. And that is when a bunch of petitions were filed in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, when the Punjab and Haryana High Court ordered a judicial probe on March 7, while citing that the probe into his death could not be entrusted either with Punjab or Haryana, and since both states have several things to cover up. The High Court also widened the scope of the probe by asking the probe committee to find out if the use of force to halt the protesting farmer was justified or not.
Right, I beg your pardon there. The Supreme Court has refused to stay the judicial probe in that case. Remember, Shubkaran Singh had died in clashes in Kanori on the 21st of February. Shifting focus now, the Congress released a list of candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. The Grand Old Party has fielded Abhay Kashinath Patel from Akola in Maharashtra, and Kadiyam Kavya is set to contest from Warangal in Telangana. Last week, the Grand Old Party had released its 9th list of 5 candidates for the elections. Now, the party fielded C.P. Joshi from Rajasthan Bhilwara, and Damodar Gurjar is set to contest polls from Rajasthan's Rajsamand. Now, after the release of the latest list, the total number of candidates declared by the party so far has reached 215. Remember, an interesting addition in this list, the 10th list that has come out is Kadiyam Kavya, who had earlier quit the BRS and in fact said that the BRS was not focusing on Warangal in Telangana, and had then later on gone on to join the Congress and has been fielded from the same constituency. So that's an interesting fight between the Congress and the BRS in Telangana. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to
The Madhya Pradesh police have registered a case against the son of State Minister Narendra Shivaji Patel after he was caught in a brawl in Bhopal's Shahpura area on Saturday night. Now, it's alleged that Abhigyan Patel and his friends assaulted a journalist, a restaurateur couple and their employee during an altercation which was sparked by a road accident.
VVIP hooliganism caught on camera in Madhya Pradesh. Abhigyan Patel, the son of Madhya Pradesh Minister Narendra Shivaji Patel, caught on CCTV assaulting 4 people in full public view in Bhopal's Shahpura area on Saturday night. Those assaulted included a hotelier couple, one of their employees and a journalist. The accused allegedly attacked the victims again inside a police station when they went to file a complaint. Restaurant owner Alisha Saxena has said in her complaint that the altercation started after a car with the minister's son hit the motorcycle of journalist Vivek Singh outside the restaurant. Alisha and her husband intervened when the minister's son Abhigyan started thrashing the journalist and were allegedly assaulted too.
वो लोग इतने ज़्यादा पता नहीं शराब का नशा तो मैं नहीं बोलूँगी कौन सा नशा था वो उनको खुद को नहीं समझ में आ रहा वो लोग क्या कर रहे थे वो लड़के लड़कियाँ मतलब इतने ज़्यादा बदतमीज़ गुंडागर्दी मतलब FIR एक तो 307 होनी थी क्योंकि ये जानलेवा हमला है मेरे साथ इतना मिसबिहेव इतनी बदतमीज़ी इतना कुछ हुआ है उसकी भी कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं लिखी गई है उनके सामने वो हमें धमकी दे रहे हैं कि हम तुम्हें देख लेंगे.
The entire drama has happened inside this police station, Shahpura in Bhopal, and the incident happened just few meters away from this police station. What's more, 4 policemen have now been suspended for allegedly torturing the minister's son inside the police station. On Saturday night, Minister Patel was filmed at the Shahpura police station right after the police lodged a counter FIR against the victims on the complaint of the minister's son.
बेसिकली दोनों पक्षों की मेडिकल कराया गया है और मेडिकल के उपरांत FIR पंजीबद्ध हुई हैं दोनों और उस पर मेडिकल के बाद अब जांच की जा रही है वो अब मेडिकल की रिपोर्ट के आधार पर उसमें आगे कार्रवाई की जाती है नियमानुसार नहीं पुलिस पर जो भी आरोप लगाए भी अगर जाते हैं तो उसके संबंध में नियमानुसार जांच की जाती है तो जांच की जाती है.
After the incident, the Congress says there is anarchy in MP while the BJP says no one will be allowed to take law into their own hands.
आपकी अराजकता मध्य प्रदेश की जग जाहिर होने लगी और इनके साथ न्याय की गुहार कर रहा हूँ. ये इस तरह की अराजकता मध्य प्रदेश में बढ़ती जा रही है. मैं मानता हूँ इस पर अंकुश लगाना चाहिए.
देखिए गुंडागर्दी ऐसे कोई भी काम करने का किसी को न मुझे अधिकार है न किसी को अधिकार है. दूसरे पक्षों उनको भी अधिकार नहीं है गुंडेजम करने का. अधिकार किसी को भी नहीं है. जिसने गलत किया होगा उस पर प्रशासन गंभीरता से अपना निर्णय करेगा।
The MP police say more action will be taken after a proper enquiry. In Bhopal with Amritanshi Joshi and camera person Abhishek Thakur and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
The BJP has fielded a member of the royal family, Krishna Nagar, to take on Mahua Moitra, who has been renominated by the Trinamool Congress. The West Bengal Chief Minister and Trinamool Supremo Mamata Banerjee, in fact, kicked off a first campaign rally in support of Mahua Moitra and Krishna Nagar on Sunday. The BJP is banking on the arithmetic and Amrita Roy's social stature to wrest the seat.
Krishnanagar in West Bengal has emerged as one of the most watched contests, with the Trinamool Congress renominating Mahua Moitra after her expulsion from the Lok Sabha last year. The BJP has fielded Krishnanagar royal family member Amrita Roy to take on Mahua Moitra. And her candidature has been boosted by a phone call by the Prime Minister himself.
I can't imagine a person like the stature of Modi ji calling me, because I'm absolutely, I have been absolutely an apolitical person. So the guidance coming from him and he giving me advice was absolutely a divine experience.
The Trinamool is trying to make a point against the BJP by fielding Mahua Moitra, and Mamata Banerjee made Krishnanagar her first campaign stop. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee addressing her first individual rally on the election campaign trail after returning from her injury. And this rally is of course in support of Mahua Moitra, the candidate from Krishnanagar. Mamata Banerjee sent a clear message to voters. Akla Cholore for Trinamool in West Bengal. No alliance with the Congress or the CPM. She also went after central agencies saying they are targeting her party because the BJP isn't confident. Mahua Moitra is currently facing a CBI probe in connection with the bribe for query allegations and faces the possibility of arrest.
আমি তো প্রথমেও বলেছিলাম যে যখন আমাকে লোকে বলেছিল যে আপনি এক্সপেল হবেন, আমি বলেছিলাম এই সরকারের আন্ডারে এক্সপেল হওয়া কিন্তু একটা ব্যাজ অফ অনার। আর যদি আজকে এই ফাঁসিবাদ সরকার, এই মোদির দেউলিয়া সরকারের বিরুদ্ধে দাঁড়িয়ে প্রতিবাদী কণ্ঠ যদি হয়ে তারা যদি আমাদের জেলে পুরতে হয় তাদের এত ডেসপারেশনে, তাহলে সেটাও আমি ব্যাজ অফ অনার মেনেই চলব।
Mahua Moitra's opponent Amrita Roy says Mahua Moitra's suspension was a matter of shame and she has been chosen to fight against Mahua Moitra for her non-scandalous image.
I have been alert in politics. Okay, so the family has
felt that the situation required
a big change, because now West Bengal has become a very corrupt place, and very importantly, people are suffering. They are being deprived of their natural rights.
The BJP feels it can wrest this seat from the Trinamool because of the arithmetic in the constituency. If the CPIM candidate cuts into Muslim votes, the BJP can defeat her, which is why the TMC is stressing on its Akla Cholore decision.
কেন সিপিএম কংগ্রেসকে ভোট দেবেন না? অল ইন্ডিয়ার অ্যালায়েন্স আমি তৈরি করেছি, নামটাও আমার দেয়া, ভোটের পরে আমি দেখে নেব। কিন্তু বাংলায় সিপিএম কংগ্রেস বিজেপি আমাদের বিরুদ্ধে লড়াই করছে। সিপিএম কে ভোট দেওয়া মানে বিজেপি কে ভোট দেওয়া, কংগ্রেস কে ভোট দেওয়া মানে বিজেপি কে ভোট দেওয়া, আর একটা লেজুর পার্টি মুসলিম পার্টি হয়েছে, সেটাকে ভোট দেওয়া মানে বিজেপি কে ভোট দেওয়া, আর বিজেপি কে ভোট দেওয়া মানে বিজেপি কে ভোট দেওয়া। লড়ছি আমরা একলা, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। By renominating Mahua Moitra, the Trinamool Congress has made the battle in Krishnanagar about proving a point to its detractors. The BJP hopes the societal stature of its candidate will derail the TMC's plans. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi in Krishnanagar, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
In Kerala, several houses have been damaged in Kollam after water enters the houses due to high waves. The Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has urged fishermen and coastal residents to exercise caution as strong waves wreaked havoc in several areas. The residents of Kollam city in Kerala found themselves in distress as high waves breached coastal defences, leading to significant damage to several houses in the area. Residents also took to the streets, staging protests to draw attention to their plight after water had inundated their homes. The Mundakal-Eravipuram coastal road was blocked by protesters who were compelled to cook meals on the streets due to the flooding. The IMD has warned that the country is set to experience extreme heat wave days between April and June this year, coinciding with the Lok Sabha elections. Now, the IMD has also said that above normal maximum temperatures are expected over most parts of the country during this time, with a higher likelihood in central and western peninsular area. During this time, above normal heat wave conditions are expected across most plains, and the officials further noted that various parts of the country could expect 10 to 20 heat wave days compared to the usual 4 to 8 days. We have news coming in at this point of flight cancellations of Vistara. 5 flights to New Delhi have been cancelled. 3 to Bangalore and 2 to Kolkata have been cancelled. 20 plus flights have already been delayed, remember. Overall, more cancellations and delays of flights are expected by Vistara due to its operational issues as well as crew issues. Remember, earlier Vistara had said that pilot absenteeism is not the only reason for its delays and cancellations of flights, but also that it's facing some maintenance issues as well. My colleague Sujata joins us with more details. Sujata, take us to the latest coming in. More flights cancelled by Vistara.
Well, yes, and we see that with the Vistara Airlines has until now seen a significant number of flight cancellations and delays that is concerned with its regular flights. And until now, yesterday on the 1st of April, there were almost 50 plus flights that were cancelled and more than 160 flights were delayed. And amidst this, passengers, they lashed out at the airlines and also expressed their discontent on the social media, sharing their experience, after which an updated statement by the Vistara Airlines was released in which they do ask for apology and for the inconvenience that was caused to the customers. And also now they have informed that more flight cancellations are expected due to the crew unavailability that the airlines is facing because of the less availability of the crew members as well as the pilots who are said to be on an indefinite strike until now, where the airline stated that they are also deploying larger aircraft on selected domestic routes to combine flights so that no more flight delays are expected. And also the concern here is that the passengers, once they reach the airport and wait for extensive hours, after which they are informed that the flights have been cancelled. So somewhere it is affecting the passengers traveling from Vistara Airlines, which is why the airlines in their updated press release also asked the passengers to have a look at the current status of the flight before leaving home. And amidst this, though the airlines assured the passengers and people that they are working towards stabilizing the situation, amidst this, more flight cancellations and delays are expected by Vistara Airlines. Yes.
Right. In fact, Sujata, we're also learning that Vistara has vowed that they're going to be refunding the passengers as well.
Exactly, and that is because as per what the information that was given out, as per the situation that is applicable, all the customers, especially those who are getting affected with these flight options, they are either offering alternate flight options or refunds to the affected customers, whichever is as applicable.
Thank you, Sujata, for joining us, bringing us those latest details on this development. We'll continue tracking these stories. For now, a short break.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
Crew shortage throws the operations as far as Vistara is concerned out of gear. Over 25 Vistara flights have been affected since the morning. In an exclusive from NDTV Profit, we get you an insight of the chaos that's taking place as far as flights in and out due to Vistara are getting impacted due to that shortage of the crew. And misleading ads case of Patanjali will be taken up in the Supreme Court today, with Ramdev expected to make a public, to be there physically, as well as the MD of the company, Balkrishna, will also be appearing personally in court. The Supreme Court last year had cautioned the company against making false and misleading claims in advertisements about its medicines. The Enforcement Directorate today will be filing a response to Arvind Kejriwal's interim bail plea that, Arvind Kejriwal had moved the top court. But Enforcement Directorate will respond as to why the Delhi Chief Minister needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Do remember, he was arrested on the 21st of last month after he skipped 9 summons and has been running his government from the ED lockup since then. Too hot to handle? Well, that is going to be the case as far as summer of 24 is concerned. April to June, we will have more than usual heat wave days, and the worst impacted areas would include Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. Israeli strike destroys the Iran consulate in Syria, and the state media has claimed the senior Iran commander has been killed, with Hezbollah saying that Israel will pay for the strike on the Iranian embassy in Syria. Mumbai's hat-trick of failures. Bolt and Chahal pick 3 wickets for Rajasthan, and it's Rian Parag's unbeaten 54 that takes Rajasthan to the win.
Just been catching. Big one. Glorious.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get you our top story, and that's day 2 of the chaos when it comes to the flight Vistara, with the pilot crisis that continues. 25 flights have been impacted since early this morning. We are seeing many flights have been cancelled. 12 Vistara flights from Delhi have been cancelled. 15 Vistara flights from Mumbai have been cancelled. So Vistara said that it was forced to cut a number of flights as it was dealing with a shortage of pilots and crew. The airline, which will be merged with Tata-owned Air India, has faced similar disruptions last month as well. Now, Vistara had said that the disruption was not attributed to the pilots being absent alone, as it had also to deal with certain maintenance work that needed to be done. Vistara flight delays continues, and this is because of the cancellation that continues. So there's absolute mayhem when it comes to the flights being impacted, and this is in fact we have for you, the inside as far as the chaos. This is ahead of the Air India merger with turbulent times as far as the airlines is concerned. Over 25 Vistara flights have been hit already this morning. Flight chaos that continues. Like we mentioned, there have been flight delays, whether it's flights from Mumbai or flights from Delhi. They have been cancelled. So we're talking about 15 flights that have been impacted in Mumbai, and there are 12 flights from Delhi that have been impacted as well. So overall, we are seeing 25 flights that have been impacted since early this morning on account of the chaos that's taking place. So any of you headed towards the airport, flying out on a Vistara flight, please do keep in mind that there could be certain disruptions. Vistara has said that it would perhaps, be informing, the passengers about the disruptions that they're facing. And this is with Vistara to cut flights to deal with the pilot shortage, and in order also perhaps to offer a refund to the passengers. So, they've been forced to cut a number of flights as they've been dealing with a shortage, like we mentioned, of pilots and crew. The Vistara, owned by the Tata Group and Singapore Airlines, is using larger aircraft, including the wide-body Boeing 787 Dreamliner on certain domestic routes, and to accommodate more passengers whereby possible. So let's go across to my colleague Ishika, who joins us to get us more on this. Ishika, so far what we do know is 25 flights have been impacted. What kind of advisory is Vistara putting out, and how long do you think this is going to continue?
Well, Divya, as you rightly mentioned, currently we are present at the Delhi airport, where we are getting to know that at present 12 Vistara flights as of now have been, in fact, have been impacted because of this. Now, yesterday, Vistara had put out a statement where they had said, that the flights of Vistara will be getting delayed and cancelled because of lack of crew members. That is what the statement that they had put out. In fact, people were already updated with the time, is what we are also getting to know. We'll also try to talk to some of the passengers here. Excuse me. Okay. So, these are, for now, if we show you the situation at the airport, it doesn't seem to, come as a chaos as of now. You can certainly see my camera person showing you the visuals of the Delhi airport. You can see that at this present time, there is no chaos-like situation at the airport here. So what we are also getting to know is that the passengers have already been updated with the delayed time on their phone, on their phone as well. So certainly at this point of time, there is no chaos-like situation at present, but certainly we'll have to wait and watch that as the day proceeds, what will be the further impact. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, we will keep coming back to you as Ishika is reporting from the Delhi airport. We also have Sujata joining us. Sujata, this comes as India's aviation has put out that deadline of the 1st of June, in which, according to the new rules, the rest and duty times of pilots will be changed. And this is, drawing a lot of criticism from pilots and aviation safety experts. Sujata.
Well, yes, and we also see that with this regards, the Vistara airline seems to be even piling up in a heavy crisis where 15 flights from Mumbai have already been cancelled, and all the passengers seem to be in a frustrated mood because of the situation that is going on, where yesterday there were more than 50 flights that were cancelled and 160 plus flights were delayed, and today it's already 15 flights from Mumbai that have already been delayed. And if I try to show you the visuals here at the Mumbai airport, where flights on one end are being cancelled, while the other passengers who have already checked in and are waiting for their flight to take off. However, there has been no update from the airlines until now whether by what time and by what hours the flight is delayed. And while we have been restricted to not enter the airport premises, yet we are trying here to show the situation on the airport, because already flights being cancelled, passengers in a frustrated mood, and the airline still has released a press statement stating that more flights will be cancelled and delayed because of the operational issues that the airlines is facing internally, and also on one hand assured the passengers that they will be provided with a refund if any such cases appear and as per the conditions that could be applied. And also we see that the passengers on one end are taking and venting out their frustration on social media, speaking about their issues. And also if we see about on one end the passengers being frustrated, while on the other the pilots as well as the crew availability seems to be decreasing for Vistara Airlines. And also the updated press release states that passengers should have a look at the current status of their flights before leaving home, while after coming here and waiting for extensive hours for their flights to take off. And also combined flights and bigger Boeing flights are being arranged so that the flights are not delayed or cancelled either. Since morning already, yeah.
Right, Sujata, thank you so much for getting us all those details from the Mumbai airport. We also have Aditya Rao joining us from NDTV Profit. Aditya, take us through how will the new rules on rest and duty times impact the pilots? Take us through what is really the crux of the matter here.
Yeah, so as we have been picking up from our sources that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick.
Right. When we talk about the impact, how is the airline planning to deal with the disruptions, and how are they reaching out to the passengers? What kind of assurances are they giving out? Aditya. So, Aditya, what kind of assurances is Vistara giving out in order to ensure, as far as the passenger issues are concerned, how are they reaching out to the passengers, and are they agreeing to give a refund? Are they rescheduling the flights? Do they know how long it will take in order to resolve this matter?
So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Right. A word of caution to all the passengers while traveling. If you're on a Vistara flight, you need to ensure that that flight is, going to be eventually taking off. Thank you so much, Aditya, for joining us with those details. Moving on now to more news, and that is the Supreme Court has summoned yoga guru Baba Ramdev over misleading advertisements by Patanjali Ayurved and directed him to appear in court today along with the company's managing director. We're talking about Acharya Balkrishnan, to explain why the contempt action should not be initiated against them for violating the top court's orders prohibiting advertisements claiming to cure diseases and discrediting modern medicine. After the hearing last time, an apologetic, this is an unconditional apology, was submitted to the court, stating that the intention of the company was only to let the citizens of the country to lead a healthier life by using its products. The case began in November last year when the Supreme Court, while hearing a petition filed by the Indian Medical Association, the IMA, cautioned the Patanjali Ayurved company against making false and misleading claims in advertisements about its medicine. So those are the issues that the top court had as far as Patanjali is concerned, and that will be taken up with Ramdev expected to be there physically in person in order to make an appearance along with Balkrishnan, that is the managing director of Patanjali Ayurved. And of course, these are commercials that they're referring to, say that the medical practitioners themselves are dying despite taking modern medicines. And this is what the Council of the IMA, the Indian Medical Association, had to say. So they've referred to several advertisements which allegedly protected the allopathy and the doctors in very poor light, saying that there were statements and comments that were made by the firm engaging in the production of Ayurvedic medicine to misleading the general public at large. So we have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us to get us more on this. Sunil, so the last time we heard Balkrishnan making that apology right after the hearing, and now we are expecting Ramdev to be there in person as well.
Yes, that's right. This is after, of course, the Supreme Court bench took a miss. The fact that there were delaying tactics by both Baba Ramdev as well as his managing director Balakrishnan, and that is why they've asked for their personal appearance. And it's in that context we'll have to see what they do on that entire misleading advertisements against various allopathic medicines moved by the Indian Medical Association, and how they plan to take action, whether they want they will be satisfied with their physical appearance on this entire aspect of Patanjali, and in many ways, as the Indian Medical Association alleges, ridiculing the allopathic medicine that is being given. So it's in this context that we will hear the Supreme Court, and we'll see how they respond to their physical presence in the court.
Right, Sunil, do stay with us for our next story as well. And as we move on to more news, and that is regarding a significant development as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, sorting responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of the voter verifiable paper audit trail slips in order for the polls, as opposed to the current practice of verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs. This is a significant move. We have Sunil back with us. Sunil, take us through the significance of this move that came about on Monday.
Well, it's a significant and very important aspect which opposition parties have been on a consistent basis been asking the Election Commission to come and explain their position. If you are going to use VVPATs and if you are going to just randomly count it, why not do it extensively? Because as the petitioner has alleged, nearly 5,000 crores has been spent to buy new machines, and those have not been verified to the extent that is required. And it's in this context that they would like a parallel counting process to ensure, and not a random one, but a parallel one, to ensure that the votes that have gone tally with the EVM machines. It's in this context that many opposition parties have raised their question mark. They haven't been given an audience with the Election Commission. Now a petition has come before the Supreme Court. We'll have to see now that they've issued notices to the Election Commission as well as the Centre, whether there is a possibility of this taking place ahead of the Lok Sabha counting that will take place on 4th of June, because you have to have the paraphernalia, you need to have the manpower. There are a whole lot of imponderables at this stage, and but definitely a lot of aspersions being cast by opposition parties on the entire machinery and its effectiveness.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the Delhi High Court has in fact gone on to ask the Enforcement Directorate to submit its response to Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea, and now the Enforcement Directorate will be giving out its response to the court as to why they really need the Chief Minister to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. The court also asked for a note from the ED to the special judge on the issue of the Chief Minister's passing orders while in custody in the excise policy linked money laundering case. Do remember that he was arrested on the 21st of last month. We also know that he is allowed, as far as the Chief Minister is concerned, he is allowed to meet his wife during his time in jail, and he has access to bed linen from home, including pillows and quilts. He will be provided with medical
equipment to monitor his health. He will be given, special toffees in case his blood sugar drops. Bottled water and home-cooked meals is something that Arvind Kejriwal will be getting in Tihar's jail number 2 with his former deputy Manish Sisodia as well as K. Kavita among the opposition leaders behind bars. We have... Moving on now to more news, and this is regarding Sanjay Singh's bail plea as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, and that's going to be coming up in court today in the Delhi liquor policy scam. So the Supreme Court will issue a notice to the Enforcement Directorate. Sanjay Singh, do remember, has been in jail for over 6 months now in the Delhi liquor policy scam. So the Supreme Court will be hearing the Aam Aadmi Party MP's bail plea and the challenge against his arrest on the 19th of March. And in other news, the Supreme Court refused to stay a judicial probe into the death of a protesting farmer at the border of Haryana. The court was hearing a petition filed by the Haryana government challenging the High Court's 7th of March order, which had formed a committee headed by a former High Court judge to inquire into the death of a farmer, Shubkaran Singh, during the clashes. The Supreme Court said that the supervision of the matter by a panel headed by a retired judge would infuse fairness and transparency. We're talking about Shubkaran, a native of Bhatinda, who was killed, and several police personnel were injured during that clashes that took place on the Punjab-Haryana border on the 21st of February. We have Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, quite a setback when it comes to the government, with the government there not allowing a stay as far as the case is concerned.
Yeah, so this was a bunch of petitions which the Punjab and Haryana High Court was hearing to, in which it was demanded that a judicial probe or at least a court-monitored probe should be done into the killing of that farmer from Bhatinda. And court ordered it on the 7th of March that a judicial probe, a commission was constituted with 2 officers, one from Punjab and one from Haryana, led by a retired judge of the High Court. Will be monitoring or probing this entire incident, and the scope of the entire judicial probe will not only look into the killing of the Shubkaran Singh, the farmer, but will also probe whether the Haryana police was judicious in using the police force near Khanori border where this farmer had died in a clash which the Haryana police called a clash between protesters and the police. Now, when the judicial probe was ordered, Haryana government went to Supreme Court asking it to put a stay on that. And yesterday, the Supreme Court refused to put a stay on that, while Haryana government has contended that it will demoralize the Haryana police, that before every police action, if the court starts interfering with judicial probe, how will the police function? That was the argument of the Haryana government. But the Supreme Court said that there are apprehensions with the family of the victim as well as the farm union leaders, and that is why a judicial probe has been rightly ordered by the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and we can't interfere into that. And that is why it refused to accept the plea of the Haryana government.
Right, Ghazali, thank you so much for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में है, आपके काम में।
कांग्रेस के महासचिव सचिन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए।
अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है। माय बॉस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी इज द बेस्ट।
Chose the name Rani only because I saw so many wonderful queens while growing up.
That's how the name came about. It was cute plus uterus is cuterus.
आप कोई भी एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं, अगर आप फोकस नहीं है, you're just wasting your time.
Parents usually say it out of concern. They don't want to see their child fail.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest. This is in regard to the rain havoc as far as Kerala is concerned. So the beach tourism has been banned for 3 days and 50 houses have been damaged due to high tide. The coastal low-lying areas have been impacted as well. This is roads have been damaged, and the Chief Minister has asked fishermen and tourists not to venture into the sea. Now, Kollam, Alappuzha, as well as Thrissur and Thiruvananthapuram have been affected by the high tide that attracts visitors to the beach. Now, strong waves have wreaked havoc in several coastal areas of Kerala, flooding houses and roads and damaging boats and fishing equipment. Several areas have been impacted. Unexpected high tides and surge as far as water level is concerned, which has inundated certain homes as well. The District Disaster Management Authority has directed the District Tourism Promotion Council to suspend all tourism activities as far as the coastal areas of the state capital is concerned. So houses have been damaged in Kollam as water has entered. The Chief Minister has urged all activities as far as the fishermen and coastal residents are concerned. They need to exercise caution in several areas. Switching tracks now to prediction as far as summer is concerned. It's going to be too hot to handle is what the weatherman has predicted. Now, we are talking about the April to June phase. This is the pre-monsoon phase, which will see above normal temperatures. In fact, when we're talking about heat wave days, they are expected to be way more than what is usually expected. The normal to above normal temperatures are expected in many parts. So when we talk about the areas that are going to be impacted the worst, that they will include Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, as well as North Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. They're likely to be impacted by the heat wave, which is expected to be 10 to 20 days as opposed to 4 to 5 days, which is normally the case. Moving on now. Today is World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness and acceptance for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This year's theme is colour, highlighting the possibilities of a vibrant life of those on the spectrum of autism can lead. Today, as part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we are trying to understand what it means to be on the spectrum and see how the right tools and direction can help those on the autism spectrum.
If I can't learn the way you teach me, then teach me the way I can learn. This single line sums up the philosophy at Muskan, a Delhi-based training and employment center for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Many of the students training here across various skill development programs such as food and beverages, bakery products, candle making, hospitality and more are on the autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder looks different for everyone, and each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges. Pritender Singh Soin, also known as Preet, is an alumnus of Muskan. He has come over to meet his classmates and his teachers. He trained at Muskan in this cafe and later was placed at Microsoft's Gurgaon office, in whose cafe he has been working for the past 6 years.
For a long time, we did not even understand what he has, till he was almost 14. You know, we changed institutions for him. One institution just sent me some journals on autism. So once I started looking at those journals, I realized that there's so many things dawned on me that he has to be handled in a different way.
And that different way is different for every single individual who is on the autism spectrum. To understand neurodiversity and customize skills for individuals on the spectrum, it's crucial to understand where that individual is on the spectrum and what the nuances of their specific condition are.
every individual with autism can be a unique individual. Now, somebody can have high IQ but very low in social communication. But somebody can be a bit more social but low on IQ. So these parameters change. So that is why it is called that there is a spectrum in this particular disability.
Mridula Sakle has been a teacher at Muskan for the last 20 years. She has been instrumental in creating assembly lines for each vocational course based on the individual's capacity and strength. The constant goal is to equip these individuals with their varying intellectual disabilities with employable skills.
हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ्स पर ही काम करते हैं. कॉपिंग उनकी स्ट्रेंथ है और वो बहुत अच्छा कर पाते हैं. हम करते हैं कि अगर उनको बता दिया कि ये टेबल की एज पर रखकर आपको फोल्ड करना है, वो एग्जैक्ट उसी एज पर जाएगा और फोल्ड होगा. We have also been placing our students after training in mainstream employment. So they are working in many hotels, they are working in corporates, they are working on petrol pumps. We believe that every organization has such kind of jobs which can be identified and they can be trained for that.
Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, seeks to build a world that is inclusive and accessible for those with disabilities. But the best lesson in inclusion and how to make individuals who are neurodivergent feel safe comes from Preet himself.
कैमरा
मैं काम करता हूँ, लॉक से काम करता हूँ, लॉक से और नोट तो बच्चे.
And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Acidity.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children, we love our children.
Prime Minister Modi will begin the BJP's Lok Sabha poll campaign in Uttarakhand by addressing a rally in Rudrapur, which is part of the Nainital Udham Singh Nagar constituency. Prime Minister will hold a public meeting at 3:30 in the afternoon in Jaipur. This is the rural Lok Sabha seat, and also hold a public meeting at the LBS College in Jaipur. This will be the Prime Minister's first public meeting in Rajasthan ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Home Minister Amit Shah is set to hold a set of key meetings with leaders of 5 Lok Sabha constituencies in Karnataka and a meeting with top BJP state leadership. He will also hold roadshows in 2 places. The Congress has released a list of candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls, fielding former BRS leader Kadiyam Kavya from Warangal, as well as she is the daughter of former Deputy Chief Minister, and the Congress has also named Abhay Kashinath Patil from Maharashtra's Akola. And moving on now, the External Affairs Minister has added his weight to the BJP claims that the Congress government led by Indira Gandhi gave away Katchatheevu, this is Katchatheevu Island to Sri Lanka in 1974 and kept his hidden. Jaishankar's assertive comes a day after Prime Minister Modi accused the Congress of callously giving away the island to Sri Lanka, while the Congress hits back, questioning what the BJP has done in the last 10 years.
"50 years after the Indira Gandhi government in New Delhi ceded the 285-acre uninhabited Katchatheevu Island on the Palk Straits to Sri Lanka, an RTI response by the BJP's Tamil Nadu unit chief Annamalai, the party says, proves that the Congress government and its ally since 2004, the DMK, were complicit in ceding the island. While the political and diplomatic context was different then, and Sri Lanka argued a strong case, Katchatheevu has been an emotive issue for Tamil Nadu's fishermen, and the DMK had maintained that it was a historic mistake to cede the island. It's a sensitive pressure point in a long and checkered history between the DMK and Congress, which have been strong allies against the BJP. Comes as an embarrassment during the election campaign. Over the last few decades, the Sri Lankan Navy has killed nearly 500 Indian fishermen for straying into Lankan waters. Now they even auction seized Indian boats, crippling their livelihood. The 1974 agreement between India and Sri Lanka gave Indian fishermen rights to fish around Katchatheevu, to dry their nets there and to undertake pilgrimage to a Catholic shrine there. But another agreement 2 years later denied these privileges. The External Affairs Minister blamed the ceding of the island squarely on the position of the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and then Indira Gandhi.
This is an observation by the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in May of 1961. He writes, "I attach no importance at all to this little island, and I would have no hesitation in giving up our claim to it."
For years, the demand to retrieve Katchatheevu has been a key poll issue in Tamil Nadu. But it's a question if getting it back alone can change realities for fishermen. While solutions like even leasing of the island was suggested by Jayalalitha, it's an issue that's often found political spotlight in election season with no solution after.
6 lakh Tamils who were suffering in Sri Lanka, they had to come to India as refugees and settle here. As a result of this settlement, they have lived in this country for the last 50 years. Their families are here. They enjoy freedom.
The cessation of this Katchatheevu is a historical wrong. We have always opposed it and we wanted Katchatheevu to be retrieved. In the last 10 years, what has the BJP done? What are the steps taken by Mr. Jaishankar, Mr. Narendra Modi?
Both Congress and BJP are only interested to play vote bank politics in the name of Katchatheevu. Why BJP is not able to give out a statement that, yes, we will retrieve Katchatheevu? Why all of a sudden after 3 years of taking charge as Tamil Nadu leader, Annamalai got the enlightenment to talk about Katchatheevu?
And this man, Brij Kandalwal, had unsuccessfully moved a plea in the court then.
I filed this petition in 1974. No government has any business to reduce the territory of India. You can add, but they can't dilute or diminish the territory of India. That was the whole idea.
While both the Congress and the DMK have as much to explain as the BJP, politically the Saffron Party is in troubled waters in Tamil Nadu without a major ally after the AIADMK snapped ties last year. But the big question, would raking up a 50-year-old issue help the BJP net seats in the Dravidian heartland, where it has a negligible presence? In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Well, let's get you some international news now. And a suspected Israeli strike has destroyed the Iranian consulate building in Syria's capital, Damascus. This is Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps says that 7 of its members have been killed in that strike on the consulate building. The RGC said that the senior commander, Mohammad Reza Zahidi, and his deputy are among those who have died. Vishal, get us through how Iran's reacting to this strike.
Well, the Iranian ambassador to Syria has said that Iran will definitely respond to these attacks. It is directly blaming Israel for these attacks. On the other hand, Israel has not come out and said that it is behind the attacks. It is saying that it doesn't comment on foreign media reports. It should be noted that the Syrian and Iranian state media were the first ones to report these strikes. So a senior commander of the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, has been killed, and his deputy and other commanders have also been killed. So it's a big attack in terms of the scale, because as far as the IRGC is concerned, it's a really strong organization. It sort of drives the country. It should be noted that few years ago, its top commander was killed in a US drone strike. That had also, sent the whole region into sort of a war spin. So let's hope that doesn't happen this time. So there could be several ways Iran could respond to this. One of them could be that Hezbollah could be engaged to the north of Israel. The other could be a cyber attack on Israel. So we'll have to wait how Iran responds to this.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Vishal, with all those details. Moving on now to an apparent Israeli airstrike that's killed 4 international aid workers with the World Central Kitchen charity and their Palestinian driver late on Monday after they helped deliver food and other supplies to the northern part of Gaza that had arrived hours earlier by ship. Now, the footage has shown the bodies of the 5 dead at the Lok Sabha Martyrs Hospital in central town of Gaza of Dar al-Bala. Several of those wore protective gear with the charity's logo, and the staff showed the passport of the 3 dead belonging to Britain, Australia and Poland. Former US President Donald Trump has posted a $175 million bond in his New York civil fraud case. The move has been a result in Trump staving off asset seizures by the state. Trump was originally ordered to pay the full $464 million judgment against him, but an appeals court said he could pay the smaller sum within 10 days. Moving on to some tech news now, and consider this to be one of the truly reached state as far as peace and nirvana is concerned. This we're talking about how it used to, when we're talking about a smartphone and how personal devices, and if you lose them, how is it? Here's a short and quick feature that helps by detailing a couple of preemptive measures and what to do if you ever were to lose a phone.
If I ever lose my phone or it gets stolen, I will take a month-long मौन व्रत. थोड़ा सा ऑफ कोर्स सैडनेस में एंड पार्टली इन शेम फॉर लूजिंग अ पार्ट ऑफ माय बॉडी एंड बीइंग. ये एक इंटरनल जोक भी है, बाय द वे. आई एम ट्राइंग टू एम्बैरेस समवन यहीं ऑफिस में ऑन पब्लिक ब्रॉडकास्ट, एंड इफ यू राइट टू sharatnair@ndtv.com, वो आपसे ये स्टोरी शेयर भी कर देगा. फिलहाल तो वो आपको कुछ स्टेप्स बताएगा on what to do if you lose your mobile phone. Firstly, always have the IMEI number of your device very handy. इसे कहीं लिख के अलग से सेव भी कर लेना चाहिए. It's a very good idea and practice. ये हर डिवाइस का यूनिक होता है, उसके बॉक्स पे मेंशन्ड भी होता है, but just type *#06# in your phone to get it. और डिवाइस खोने या चोरी हो जाने के बाद FIR में मेंशन करने पे इट इज सुपर हेल्पफुल. हैव वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पासवर्ड्स टू प्रोटेक्ट योर डिवाइस, एंड छोटे इंटरवल्स पे आपकी स्क्रीन एंड आपका फोन ऑटोमेटिकली लॉक भी हो जाना चाहिए. Make these changes in your settings. Android users, please install the Find My Device app and go through its setup process. iPhone users, please do the same with the Find My app. In your Google and Apple account, always have a recovery email account added as well. दूर संचार विभाग यानी गवर्नमेंट ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस का एक डेडिकेटेड पोर्टल है फॉर दीज इश्यूज एंड मोर. CEIR की वेबसाइट पे गो टू द ब्लॉक एंड स्टोलन लॉस्ट मोबाइल का सेक्शन, फिल दैट फॉर्म, बी वेरी एक्यूरेट बाय द वे. एंड मैंने खुद काफी स्टोरी सुनी है जहां चुराए हुए फोन वापस ट्रैक होके मिल गए हैं. So be very optimistic about it. If you set up the Find My apps correctly on your phone, log into your account using another device. Now this is where having recovery emails will help you, because two-factor authentication can sometimes be a spanner in the system. you can secure, block and even reset your stolen or lost devices from these portals. In fact, newer and updated iPhones में तो inbuilt software features हैं stolen device protection करके. Enable those as well. But मेरा golden advice, and इसके लिए techies@ndtv.com पे आपको हमारी तारीफों के पुल बांधने पड़ जाएंगे, which is be very 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 sentient about your devices. इनका ध्यान रखें, ये बहुत नाजुक होते हैं by the way. जितना ये हमारा ध्यान रखते हैं, आपको इनका भी उतना ही ध्यान रखना चाहिए.
NDTV has now accessed a meeting of informal consultative committee. Why was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru so rattled? In 1961 and also in 1968, and remember the agreement happened in 74, which was ceding Katchatheevu, and also in 76, which is when the fishing rights were given away. Why did you approach the court and what really happened then?
I didn't like the idea because I thought we have no business, no government has any business to reduce the territory of India.
If you have ceded some land to another nation under an agreement, how do you get it back? So you can get it back either by negotiation. If that happens, that would be lovely. The moment you try it by force, it leads to aggression. And that's a very, very significant step.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT.
Hello and welcome to Lights Camera Sixer. It's 3-on-3 for Rajasthan Royals and 0-on-3 for Mumbai Indians. Rajasthan clinched their third win of the season and Mumbai slumped to their third loss. What made it worse was that this was their first home game of the season. The top story of the night was Riyan Parag, who guided Rajasthan to a win. A rare golden duck by Rohit Sharma, also a rare catch by Sanju Samson to set the tone of the match. Trent Bolt had struck twice in the opening over. 3 Mumbai batters had ducks to their name. Tilak Verma played a crucial knock of 32 of 29 balls. He and Pandya had a 56-run stand, the highest for Mumbai Indians. Bolt breathed fire at the end, and it was Chahal at the rear end of the innings. After 3 wickets by Chahal, Mumbai reached 125 for 9. Rajasthan had a shaky start because Akash Madhwal proved his worth. Playing the first game of IPL 2024, Madhwal picked up 3 wickets. With Rajasthan and 48 for 3, Riyan Parag took control. He changed gears to play a patient knock. Parag, who began the night at 5th on the orange cap table, zoomed to the top. After starting slow, he smoked the Mumbai veterans for a maximum 6. He remained unbeaten on 54 to take Rajasthan to a 6-wicket win, the third of the season. That sent Rajasthan and Mumbai to opposite sides of the league table. But one of the talking points of the night and of all the Mumbai matches so far in the season has been how Captain Hardik Pandya, the captain of the Mumbai Indians team for this season, has been booed by the Mumbai Indian fans. Let me first show you how he's been booed in the stadiums. Mumbai Indian fans booing Hardik Pandya, the captain this season. In fact, it was for the first time last night that Rohit Sharma asked them to calm down. I'm joined at this hour by fans of two teams, Mumbai team, Naresh Mansukhani, and of Rajasthan Royals, Ronak Jain. I'll come straight to you. Naresh, Hardik Pandya this season has been booed by the Mumbai fans all through in the last 3 matches. Why are the Mumbai fans not willing to accept him as the captain?
Rika, it's quite unfortunate what's happening. There's too much of distraction with all this noise happening in the stadium, and you can see the social media. It's quite unfortunate. Bottom line is you need to win to, kind of get this completely out. But yeah, it's a bit of a pressure now. You can see with the 3 losses, maybe if we had started with a win, it wouldn't have been that frequent, but all 3 games have been quite poor. And it's a little unfortunate. He's kind of
Naresh, my question really is, why are the Mumbai Indian fans not willing to accept Hardik Pandya as the captain? What is the problem there?
See, first, the decision has been made by the management, so that needs to be accepted, to be honest. And purely because Rohit Sharma, who's also a national captain, I think that's more of an emotional sentiment. And the way Hardik Pandya, honestly, he didn't leave the franchise. It was the way the mega auction rules were that the players had to be released or only 4 had to be retained. And at that moment, he wasn't 100% fit and Mumbai had to take that decision. Yes, he has succeeded as a captain with Gujarat and in both the seasons. And I think it was fair for him to ask for the leadership position when he was asked to come back. So that needs to be accepted. To be honest, Rika, what you're saying, fans are not accepting, but we need to accept that decision.
No, I understand that fans need to accept, but they're not accepting. Naresh, what is the reason? That's what I'm asking.
I think they want to have that culture of a seasoned captain who has led the team to 5 times glory out of the 10 years. Want to give a farewell on a high. To be honest, Rohit is also at the brink of end of his career. I think it seems it's a raw deal with Rohit, and I think that has not resonated well. But from a franchisee perspective, it's a continuity plan which has been made. So that's why it's a little difficult. And as I say, win games, and I think all the noise has to stop.
Ronak, let me go over to you. Do you think the crowd behavior has been at the lowest this season of all the seasons that have been played?
It has, and normally you don't expect that from a Wankhede crowd, that too for their home team. I mean, Mumbai Indians have been champions of the IPL for 5 times, and they have a very, very loyal fan base. Wankhede can be considered as a fortress for many because it's very difficult to come here and play because the crowd normally acts as a 12th man. But in this case, the 12th man was in favor of the opposition team and not for the home team. So yeah, it's been, I think everyone's engaging in personal favorites, sort of trying to promote their own fans, trying to promote their own cricketers who they think they're the favorites and not supporting the team actually. And that's where I think the team is struggling because ultimately it's a team game. You cannot support just one player and then expect the team to perform well. So I think there's still a long way to go in the tournament, but I think Hardik Pandya needs to sort of put up some performances to win back the crowd, win back the fans, and I think then only Mumbai Indians has a chance. But
Ronak, let me ask you, for the crowd behavior, do you think that Mumbai Indian will stand to lose some of the valuable fair play points as well?
They do, but I think they will care more about the points on the actual table, because right now they are bottom of the league. You don't associate. I mean, you associate Mumbai to start off slowly and then recover, but right now the dynamics within the team do not really show that they are playing as a one team as compared to Rajasthan Royals. When we saw the last game, everyone contributed and everyone was supporting each other in terms of fielding, batting, everything. So ultimately, you have individual performances in Mumbai Indians, but ultimately it's a team game. And till the time Hardik Pandya, Rohit Sharma, and the crowd all come together, I really see Mumbai Indians struggling this season.
Naresh, before we talk about the match, one question on Rohit Sharma and the way he, in fact, initiated, to shut out the crowd last night. It was first Sanjay Manjareka who asked them to behave, and then Rohit Sharma asked them to calm down as well.
Yeah, and I think that was a good gesture purely because he's the senior most, and the way the crowd is reacting, Rohit is part of that reaction, right? The emotions are there. So I think that was a very fair thing. We have seen that happen in the past. If you remember in the World Cup in 2019, Virat Kohli asking fans not to boo Steve Smith. So that's a very good gesture from a senior person, and I think that will start making a difference, and it should. We have the next 3 games at home. 14 days we are in Mumbai. I think we need to go back on the drawing board to see how we can get wins. And that is where the team will regain all the confidence again. So I think that was a good gesture by Rohit.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Rajasthan's performance. And top of the charts is Riyan Parag now. He's tied with Virat Kohli for the number of runs he has scored this season, 181. Ronak, to you, what would you make of Riyan Parag 2.0?
So Riyan Parag in previous seasons was all style and no substance, but here you see the substance actually coming in. I think the one thing that has helped him is the promotion to number 4, and I think the trade between Devdutt Padikkal and Avesh Khan has helped in 2 ways rather than one, because we've got a good death bowler and we've got Riyan Parag moved to his sort of favored position, because that's where he plays in Ranji Trophy as well. And if you see the Ranji Trophy performance and the Syed Mushtaq Ali performance of Riyan Parag, every time you see the scorecard, you see a 150 plus strike rate knock by Riyan Parag, and he's the only one scoring. So I think he's got more responsibility playing for Assam, and that has been carried forward to the Rajasthan Royals team. He always had the talent. It was more about showing the temperament, showing the responsibility and maturity, which has really sort of come to the fore right now. Being tied with Virat Kohli for the orange cap slot, I think that's one dream that he would have had in his mind as well. And now we can sort of really depend on him on crucial situations as well, because yesterday's match needed composure, and in previous seasons he would have thrown it away. But because he's been more responsible, because he's been more matured, he carried the side forward. And we credit all the 3 wins. He's played a big contribution on all of them.
Right. Naresh, let me take this question to you about Riyan Parag. Earlier he was also tagged as a flat track bully. Do you think he has shed that tag of a flat track bully now?
Yeah, the way he has played, especially the last 2 innings and last night, it wasn't easy. It was a fresh Wankhede wicket, and we saw how Trent Bolt used his experience, and the new ball does move around. I think he's done very well. He's had a different approach where he would like to settle down before he starts opening up and scoring aggressively. So that's a big change we see. He's taking the responsibility. He's been kept at number 4 now consistently. So that's a very good approach by the team, and he himself taking the responsibility. So I think we may see some really good scores from him going ahead also.
Right, and there on your screen are the pictures of Riyan Parag and his mum, putting the orange cap on him. Thank you very much, Naresh and Ronak, for joining us for the discussion this morning. In talking about the match this evening, Royal Challengers Bengaluru take on Lucknow Super Giants. They have lost 2 games while defending totals and won one of them while chasing. Consequently, even in the early stages of IPL 2024, there are now familiar question marks over the team's bowling. The team that they face tonight, Lucknow Super Giants, that secured a thrilling win over them at the same venue. So let's see what happens tonight. That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV. big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard, and why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
A shortage as far as pilots and crew is concerned has thrown Vistara operations out of gear. Over 25 flights have been affected since early this morning, and we get you the inside track of the chaos that's been caused to the airlines. Patanjali misleading ads case in which Ramdev will appear physically in the Supreme Court along with the MD of the company, Balkrishnan, to personally appear in court. Do remember the Supreme Court had cautioned the company against making false and misleading claims in advertisements about its medicines. The Enforcement Directorate today will file a response to Arun Kejriwal's interim bail plea in the High Court of Delhi. The Enforcement Directorate to respond as to why they need the Chief Minister to stay in their custody. Do remember, Mr. Kejriwal has been in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate since the 21st of last month and has been running his government from the lockup. A prediction as far as April to June, the pre-monsoon phase is concerned, according to the weatherman, is going to be extremely hot. There'll be more heatwave days than usual, and the areas impacted the worst include Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Andhra Pradesh. Israeli strike destroys Iran consulate in Syria. The state media has claimed the senior Iranian commander has been killed, with Hezbollah saying that Israel will pay for the strike on the embassy in Syria. Well, let's get you the very latest. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadva. Now, chaos continues on day 2 as Vistara has been impacted with an extreme shortage when it comes to pilots and the crew. So far, 25 flights have been impacted, 15 of which from Mumbai, and 12 Vistara flights from Delhi have been cancelled. Vistara said that it was forced to cut a number of flights as it was dealing with a shortage when it comes to the crew and the pilots. The airlines, which will be merged with Tata-owned Air India, faced similar disruptions last month as well. Vistara had said the disruption was not attributed as far as the absent pilots are concerned, but also to deal with certain unforeseen maintenance work that is required. Now, flight delays and cancellations will continue is what Vistara has been saying, and it's been offering flight options as well as refunds to its passengers. Let's get you a ground report with my colleague Sujata joining us from the Mumbai airport. Sujata, take us through, the kind of chaos that we're seeing. Walk us through the kind of shortage of pilots and staff, the kind of impact it's having on flights. We do know 15 flights in Mumbai today have been cancelled. And of course, this comes on the heels of that deadline that's been set up for the airlines to adopt new rules when it comes to rest and duty times for the pilots.
Well, absolutely. And Vistara flight today announced that more than 15 flights have been cancelled, and where an updated press release by the airlines was released yesterday, which stated that more than 60 flights were cancelled all over, and 160 plus flights were delayed, and leading to inconvenience caused to the passengers, where they vented out the entire outrage on social media, criticizing the airlines for not informing the passengers about the delay that was taking place. And amidst this, we see that today too more than 15 flights were 10 from Mumbai to New Delhi, whereas other 3 from Mumbai to Bangalore and the rest 2 from Mumbai to Kolkata have been delayed so far. And whereas more cancellations is what the airline said the passengers will be facing, for which they did put forward their regret for the same, and also informed that more delays and cancellations will be expected in the near future because of the shortage of cabin crew as well as the pilots indefinite strike that they have gone upon. And also the airline stated that they will be issuing a refund for the passengers as per the terms and conditions that that has been laid out. And also at the same time, the passengers have to say that they are not being informed, and which is why they come for their flight, they sit for hours, after which they are said that their flight is cancelled. So amidst this, the airlines yesterday issued a fresh statement where they stated that they are saddened about the flight cancellations, and also more are to be expected in the near future. And also combined flights are being made so that no cancellations are done, and to avoid delays, combined Boeings are also been taken forward. And aim is this: currently I am here at the Mumbai airport, and we see that though passengers have already checked in and we are not allowed to go in and report, but what the passengers do have to say about it is that they will go inside and wait until the update comes to them whether the flight is cancelled or delayed, is what they said. And aim is this: of course, a major crisis seems to be rising up with regards to the flight boarding for the passengers who are travelling from Vistara Airlines. And as per the advisory release, they have been asked to first have a look about the status of their flight, after which they must board their flight and leave their homes to board the flight.
Right, Sujata reporting from the Mumbai airport. We also have Ishika with us. Ishika, take us through the kind of issues and problems that passengers are facing this morning at the Delhi airport.
Well, Divya, we are currently present at the Delhi airport, where in fact, we did get to know in the morning that 12 Vistara flights have in fact been cancelled. But certainly, since we are here, we are not seeing any chaos-like situations as of now. But, what we are also getting to know from the passengers till now, 67 families that we spoke to, they say that their flights are on time, and some whose flights have been delayed, they say that they did receive the message on their phone. But certainly yesterday, we did see how Vistara in a press statement have said that their flights are going to be delayed and cancelled because of the lack of crew. But but they also went on to say that they are going to make sure that no inconvenience is done to the passengers here. So as of now, certainly there doesn't seem to be any chaos at the moment, but we'll have to wait and watch that as to how many passengers, because of this, get impacted throughout the day. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Ishika reporting from the Delhi airport. Well, also we have Aditya Rao joining us in order to get us more on this. Aditya, how will the new rules on rest and duty times impact the pilots? What really is the crux of the matter?
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Right, thank you so much, Aditya Rao, from joining us. We also have breaking news coming in at the moment, and we're talking about the seat sharing formula that seems to have finally, there seems to be a consensus and almost finalized with the Sena getting Thane and Aurangabad, the BJP getting Satara, Palghar and Ratnagiri, as well as Sindhudurg, while the NCP getting Nasik and Osmanabad. To get more on this, we have my colleague Radhika joining us. Radhika, both Sena and NCP was taking the claim as far as the seat of Nasik is concerned.
That's right. Seat sharing for Mahayuti in disputed seats have almost been finalized in the state of Maharashtra. In fact, the Sena most likely to get Thane and Aurangabad, BJP to get Palghar, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, as well as Satara, and NCP to get Nasik and Osmanabad. Remember, there were disputes over at least about 9 seats, of which most of it has been resolved. But there are seats within Mumbai that are still under contention. Now, these seats are being state claimed by 2 or more allies, of course, but a consensus seems to have been reached post multiple meetings that took place. In fact, Satara was being claimed by NCP and BJP, Palghar and Sindhudurg being claimed by Sena and BJP. Now, these 3 seats have in fact gone to the BJP, and from Satara, BJP's Udayan Raje Bhosle is expected to be the candidate, and in Sindhudurg it could be Narayan Rane. And Aurangabad was being claimed by BJP and Sena, but now it's gone to Sena. Here, State Minister Sandeep Bhumre is expected to be fielded. And as far as Thane is concerned, a sitting MLA could be the probable candidate from Thane from Sena. Now, Nasik also was a bone of contention, which would probably go to NCP at this point. This was being claimed by NCP as well as the other 2 allies. And now, in most likelihood, Chhagan Bhujbal will be fielded from Nasik, and not just Nasik, Osmanabad also are likely to go to NCP at this point. Now, Mumbai South and a few other constituencies in Mumbai are yet to be decided, so there will be multiple meetings on that as well. So post-marathon meetings looks like most of the differences have been ironed out, especially in many of these areas, including Aurangabad, Palghar, Nasik, which were under contention. So at this point, the division has taken place and a formula has been reached in most of the seats in Mahayuti.
Right, when we talk about the Aurangabad seat, which was claimed by both the BJP and Shinde Sena, has been conceded to the Sena.
That's right. Aurangabad is being claimed by BJP as well as Sena. But now it is going to Sena. Here, State Minister Sandeep Bhumre is expected to be fielded. That's the information we are getting. And not just Aurangabad, but Thane also was under contention. Of course, remember, Thane is Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's bastion. And there were a few disputes as far as Thane is also concerned. But now at this point, this seat is also going to Sena. So at this point, Thane and Aurangabad are the seats, which disputed seats that the Sena will end up getting. And they were, of course, under contention. And as far as NCP is concerned, as I mentioned before, Nasik and Osmanabad will go to NCP. Remember, BJP has already announced 23 seats. Sena had announced about 8 seats and NCP had declared 3 seats. But there are many more seats that were contentious. In a few days, these seats that I mentioned could be declared.
Right. When we talk about Eknath Shinde, his son, Shrikant Shinde, is likely to be the candidate for the seat of Kalyan.
That's right. Kalyan was also under contention. But at this point, we know that Shrikant Shinde, son of Eknath Shinde, will be, fighting from Kalyan. And even Thane, Kalyan, which are, of course, the neighboring regions, were being stake claimed by both the Sena and the BJP. There were a tussle over Palghar seat as well. But the alliance has decided to give it to the BJP. And in most likelihood, sitting MP Rajendra Gavit will be, in fact, re-nominated from this particular seat. So there has been a mutual understanding that has been reached at this point. So therefore, there many differences have been ironed out, which is why some of these contentious seats, the differences over it is resolved. And in fact, along with Kalyan, where Shrikant Shinde, son of Eknath Shinde, is likely to be the candidate, Sena will be contesting Thane as well. Both of them are in fact neighboring regions, and both of them will in most likelihood go to Sena itself, because it has always been Eknath Shinde Sena's bastion.
Right.
So therefore, Shiv Sena in fact has re-nominated its sitting MP Rajan Vichare from Thane as well.
Right, Radhika Ramaswamy reporting from Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on to more news now. The Supreme Court has summoned yoga guru Baba Ramdev over misleading advertisements by Patanjali Ayurved and directed him to appear in court today along with the company's managing director. We're talking about Acharya Balkrishnan, in order to explain why the contempt action should not be initiated against them for violating the top court's orders prohibiting advertisements claiming to cure diseases and discrediting modern medicine. To get more on this, we have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, this will be the first in-person, appearance by the yoga guru.
Supreme Court bench took amiss the fact that there were delaying tactics by both Baba Ramdev as well as his managing director Balakrishnan, and that is why they've asked for their personal appearance. And it's in that context we'll have to see what they do on that entire misleading advertisements against various allopathic medicines moved by the Indian Medical Association, and how they plan to take action, whether they want they will be satisfied with their physical appearance on this entire aspect of Patanjali, and in many ways, as the Indian Medical Association alleges, ridiculing the allopathic medicine that is being given. So it's in this context that we will hear the Supreme Court and we'll see how they respond to their physical presence in the court.
Well, Sunil, stay with us for our next story as well. In a significant development, the Supreme Court has sought responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of the voter verifiable paper audit trail. These are slips in polls as opposed to the current practice of verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs through those paper slips. So, Sunil, take us through this significant move.
We are going to use VVPATs. And if you are going to just randomly count it, why not do it extensively? Because as the petitioner has alleged, nearly 5,000 crores has been spent to buy new machines, and those have not been verified to the extent that is required. And it's in this context that they would like a parallel counting process to ensure, and not a random one, but a parallel one to ensure that the votes that have gone tally with the EVM machines. It's in this context that many opposition parties have raised their question mark. They haven't been given an audience with the Election Commission. Now a petition has come before the Supreme Court. We'll have to see now that they've issued notices to the Election Commission as well as the centre, whether there is a possibility of this taking place ahead of the Lok Sabha counting that will take place on 4th of June, because you have to have the paraphernalia, you need to have the manpower. There are a whole lot of imponderables at this stage, and but definitely a lot of aspersions being cast by opposition parties on the entire machinery and its effectiveness.
Right, thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now, the Prime Minister will be in Rajasthan today in order to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the desert state. The Prime Minister will address a rally in the afternoon in support of the BJP veteran Rao Rajendra Singh, who takes on the Congress's Anil Chopra. The seat of Jaipur Rural, earlier held by Rajwardhan Rathore, is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. The Prime Minister is expected to set the tone and the tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan. We have Harsha joining us to get us more on this. Harsha, when we talk about Jaipur Rural, this is among the 12 seats in the Rajasthan going for polls as far as the first phase that's scheduled for the 19th of this month, alongside Ganganagar, Bikaner, as well as Churu, amongst others. Take us through the significance of the Prime Minister choosing to kickstart his campaigning tour with Jaipur Rural.
Well, yes, absolutely. The Prime Minister is going to set the tone and the tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan. Now, why have they chosen Kotputli? Well, it's strategically located in the north of Rajasthan. It's in some senses the gateway to Rajasthan, because if you drive in from Delhi, you have to cross Kotputli. Also, it's located strategically, like I said, in the north. So it's kind of looking at it. The Prime Minister's rally will impact seats around Kotputli, which are all in the first phase. So Alwar, Sikar, Jhunjhunu, Churu, Dausa, these are the seats which will get affected. Of course, Nagaur, Nagaur also close by, and Bharatpur on the other side, adjacent to Alwar, and then Jaipur and Jaipur Rural, of course. Also looking at the caste composition, I think Kotputli more or less is Yadav dominated, but it also has other castes, Rajputs, the SC community, the Jat community, very, very key in this election. So these are some of the reasons that Kotputli has been chosen. In some senses, it's the threshold to Rajasthan. Also, the Prime Minister, had recently campaigned very extensively in Rajasthan in the assembly elections. And of course, remember that assembly election was Ashok Gehlot's social welfare pitch versus Modi's guarantees. So going into this election, going into the Lok Sabha election, they're going to be looking at what will be the special pitch of the BJP in Rajasthan. It's also a litmus test for the Bhajanlal government. They've just taken over, and in the past 10 years, the BJP in the last two elections has won 25 out of 25 seats. So will they be able to do a hat-trick? That's the big challenge for the Bhajanlal government as they go into this election. Remember, Amit Shah has already been here over the past 2 days, and he's also apparently strategized on where else they need the Prime Minister to come, because when the Prime Minister comes anywhere, a certain mood and a certain, tempo is created. Apparently, there is talk that he could also go to Nagaur and Churu next as we head into this election. Remember, Rajasthan is one of the first states to vote. It will vote on the 19th of April, so not much time left now. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting the tone and tenor for the BJP's election campaign in Rajasthan today.
Right, take us through the agenda as well, Harsha.
Well, the PM is going to be arriving at about 2:30 in Jaipur, and then he's going to take a helicopter flight to Kotputli. Kotputli by car is very close by. It's just about 2.5 hours away. So it's a very short helicopter chopper ride. He'll be accompanied there by the Chief Minister, Mr. Bhajanlal, Mr. C.P. Joshi, the BJP president, who is, of course, filing his nomination also this morning. He will also be there, apart from, of course, a slew of leaders. Bhupendra Yadav is fighting that election from Alwar. So he's also going to be present, apart from Rao Rajendra and other leaders as well. The PM will address a sabha in the college, in a college campus there, and then he will leave after that from Rajasthan.
so much, Harsha, for joining us. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to more news. News coming in from the snooping case in Telangana, and some shocking revelations have attributed to the arrested police officer Radhakrishan Rao from the remand report issued for his arrest. The ex-deputy commissioner of police, according to the report, had acted on instruction of the SBI chief Prabhakar Rao, and there are examples given of specific seizures, and the DCP had spied on opposition leaders on order of the senior PRS leaders, and also of money being transported using police vehicles. We have Uma joining us. Uma, when we talk about mega claims that are being made by the retired police officer, we're talking about the senior cop who's been arrested, making claims of how cash was moved in official vehicles in 2018 and also in 2023 assembly polls.
Yes, indeed. Very, very shocking and sensational revelations that are coming in the form of a confessional statement that's been presented as part of the remand report presented by the police during the arrest of Radhakrishan Rao. 4 or 5 important things that I want to flag. What you mentioned, that he has admitted that money was being transported in official vehicles, including police vehicles, during the polls, and he's talking about 2018 polls as well as the 2023 polls. And he has also spoken about the by-polls to Dubak and also to Munugod, both of which were very high-profile elections. The second thing that he has said is that as part of the phone tapping investigation, the tips that they had got or the intel that they had collected was used in order to raid and seize money from relatives of the candidates, both in Munugod as well as in Dubak. He's mentioned 1 crore rupees seized at Begumpet belonging to a chit fund company that was related to Raghunandan Rao, the BJP candidate from Dubak in the 2020 by-elections that happened, by-poll that happened. And in the October 2022 Munugod by-poll, he has spoken about Rajgopal Reddy's relatives whose car was intercepted, Sai Reddy, and 3.5 crore rupees was seized. And he's also made a mention of the 2018 election in which a Telugu Desam candidate, Anand Rao of Bhavya Siemens, money was seized, some 70 lakh rupees was seized at Ramgopalpet police station here in Sikandrabad, and he was actually the contesting candidate from Serilingampalli, which is on the outskirts of Hyderabad as part of the greater Hyderabad area itself. The other important thing that he has said in this is that caste equations were at play when Prabhakar Rao was appointed, and Radhakrishan Rao is said to have also confessed that his own extension was because of caste equations. And for the first time, he has named TRS Supremo. He has not taken any name, but he has said TRS Supremo's hand was there in the appointment of the DIG of that time, Prabhakar Rao, and several other leaders, several other policemen, part of the team, were handpicked by this Prabhakar Rao. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे। द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून। दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है। मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग। मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर, ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड। फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer.
Welcome back. Now, the Delhi High Court has asked the Enforcement Directorate to submit its response as far as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail application, seeking as far as why the Chief Minister needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. The court also asked for a note from the Enforcement Directorate to the Special Judge on the issue of the passing orders while in custody as far as the excise policy linked money laundering case is concerned. He was arrested on the 21st of March and has been in the custody of the ED while running his government from a lockup. Arvind Kejriwal will also have home cooked food as well as bottled drinking water and a supply of toffees in case he has a sudden drop in blood sugar levels. He is also allowed to meet his wife. And staying with the news of the Aam Aadmi Party, well, Sanjay Singh's bail plea is coming up in the Supreme Court today. This is seeking bail in the liquor policy scam. The Supreme Court has issued notices to the Enforcement Directorate that Sanjay Singh has been in jail now for over 6 months. So they will be taking up that case, and that's going to be coming up in the Supreme Court today. And today is observed as a World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we're trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
They should be regularly volunteering from all schools, children, to come and feel, to come and know what does disability mean. Try and understand what is it that keeps them back, how do they feel, try and be in their shoes, try and walk their path. That's when you will understand how to include them.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. Now, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding the flight cancellations and major delays, with the airline having cancelled or delayed over 100 flights in the past week. Now, this is day 2 as far as the chaos is concerned due to a shortage of crew and pilots. 15 Vistara flights have been cancelled from Mumbai. 12 Vistara flights have been impacted as far as Delhi is concerned, and those have been cancelled. Now, Vistara said that it was forced to cut a number of flights as it has been dealing with a shortage of crew and pilots. Many pilots have been calling in sick, while the airlines, which will be merged with Tata-owned Air India, has faced similar disruptions last month as well. Now, Vistara has said that the disruption was not attributed as just only to the pilots' shortage, but also because of maintenance requirements that have been unforeseen. While Vistara flights have been delayed, they have been offering compensation as far as the passengers are concerned. A refund or a flight option is being offered by the airlines. And my colleague Aditya Rao joins us to get us more on this. Aditya, take us through, there are new rules in place. There's a deadline which has been, set up and to change and tweak the rules regarding the rest and duty times of pilots. Now, that seems to be really the crux of the matter.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Now, Vistara has been forced to cut a number of flights, and now the centre has stepped in demanding a report regarding the disruptions of the flight. Do remember there were similar disruptions last month as well. So to get more on this, we have my colleague Vishnu Som joining us. Vishnu, finally the centre now stepping in, asking and demanding a report regarding the operations.
Yeah, that's right. At the moment, when I last tabulated the flight cancellations, they were up at least 35. They were up at least 25 across Bengaluru, Delhi and Mumbai. But as I understand it, the actual number of cancellations is likely to be very much more than. The airline itself isn't sharing any numbers on the exact number of cancellations, and they make the point that it's a dynamic situation. If they're able to mount the flights, then they will mount the flights. In other words, if they have enough pilots on board, then they will do that. But that by itself is, incomplete information. And now the Civil Aviation Ministry has moved in and has asked for a detailed explanation from the airline on why this is taking place, and how they can account for these major delays and cancellations over the last period of time. It is very important for passengers at this stage to speak to the airline, get in touch with them before they attempt to fly on their flights, to get a clear idea of what the status of the flights is. There were at least 50 flights which were cancelled yesterday. I'm not even getting into delays of flights. Some reports have suggested that 78 flights were cancelled yesterday. Again, nothing official from the airline. So we've been trying to manually tabulate the number of flight departures which have been cancelled. Those numbers up quite significantly now, as I mentioned, to at least 25. But by the end of the day, it's quite likely that that number would rise substantially.
Right, Vishnu, when we talk about the chaos that has, we've been seeing it's day 2 of the chaos, also disruptions that we saw earlier on as well. Take us through the kind of assistance that the airlines is providing to the passengers. Are they being informed way in advance, or are they being compensated?
That's really important, Divya. So essentially what the airline did say yesterday is that on a couple of routes they'd be flying more high-capacity aircraft, in other words, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner aircraft. So if in case there are flight cancellations, then on a single aircraft in another scheduled flight, they would try and accommodate as many passengers from the earlier flights as possible, number one. Number two, the airline is trying to get passengers onto other airlines as well. Number three, there is a normal process of SMSs and I suppose WhatsApp messages, if not emails, which all airlines now, as a matter of practice, send out to passengers in the event of their flights being cancelled. So that would be operational as well. And yes, there is a refund process also underway, which the airline has initiated. I think the problem is that the moment you have a set of then you need to accommodate those passengers in subsequent days. And it becomes a cascading sort of situation as more flight cancellations take place. So it takes time for a situation like this to ease itself out. And at the moment, it appears that Vistara is nowhere close to being in that situation with so many more flights being cancelled even today.
Right, Vishnu, take us through really the crux of the problem. Of course, it is the new rules of rest and duty times that has led to this.
It's not so much rest and duty times per se, but a series of factors which are associated with the merger of the airline with Air India. Remember, Air India now comprises of Air India Express, the erstwhile Air Asia India, and this as well. So it's a gigantic airline which has now been formed.
Right. When we talk about the tweaking of the rules and regulations, that deadline that's been set up, that has drawn a lot of criticism from pilots as well as aviation safety experts.
Sorry, Divya, I was unable to finish my last answer. If you're able to hear me.
Right, please go ahead.
So the key point which I was mentioning is that there is a process of the airline, Vistara, trying to merge its practices with members of the Air India extended team. In other words, Air India Express, Air India itself, Air Asia, and now Vistara. In that, there are pilots, I believe, co-pilots, who disagree with the terms of the new contract which they need to sign. And as a result of this, many of them are not showing up to work. Now, the exact terms of how much less they would earn or the new incentives which the airline has offered by way of compensation is something which I'm somewhat unclear about. But the fact of the matter is that they are unhappy with the terms of the contract which have been offered to them, with Vistara now merging into Air India. That's why this has happened.
Right. Vishnu, would you call this a teething issue just ahead of the merger?
Well, the merger process is well underway. It's more than a teething issue. It's a major crisis as far as the airline is concerned. Vistara has impeccable reputation, and the moment something like this takes place, with upwards of 50 odd flights cancelled, perhaps close to 100 by the end of the day, and we hope that that isn't the case, but that is the possibility, then it represents a major crisis, and whether it's teething or not, it's something that the airline has to resolve. And at this stage, there is no clarity from the airline on how exactly they're able to do that, how soon they'll be able to do that.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishnu Som, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to more news now, an External Affairs Minister has firmly dismissed China's recent claims over Arunachal Pradesh, emphasizing that changing names is not going to change the reality of the northeastern state being a part of India, when asked about claims of the alleged encroachments by China in Ladakh. We have my colleague Kadamni joining us to get us more on this. Kadamni, the External Affairs Minister, has gone on to say that if today I change the name of your house, that doesn't mean that it becomes mine. And that's the response as far as, China changing names. And we've seen various names being changed in the last 24 hours.
Well, yes, the External Affairs Minister has given a very clear, precise answer to what has happened. He has said that, as you mentioned, if one changes the name of some other person's house, it does not become his. This has been India's stance since the very beginning, because this is not the first attempt, but the fourth attempt which China has made in such a manner. I remember even in 2023, on 4th of April, a statement was given out by India's External Affairs Ministry spokesperson, and he had said that if you change the name, it does not change the reality. Now, this has been happening for some years. In 2017, we had seen that China had changed the name of 6 villages in Arunachal Pradesh, and after that, it has just kept, the numbers have kept going up. Now, 11 and 15, and now it is 30. But the fact remains that India has maintained its clear position, saying that Arunachal is an inalienable part of India. It has always been a part of India, it is part of India, and it will remain a part of India. But we have seen that China has kept up the pressure. It is the kind of pressure it has tried with several of its neighbors, but India has stood its ground and has a clear stance that Arunachal is a part of India, and this is how it is going to be. And External Affairs Minister has been saying this repeatedly in answer to what China has been doing, and this is again India's clear stance that this is the changing of names is not going to change the reality of the situation.
Right, thank you so much, Kadamini, for joining us with all those details. And this just comes, with the External Affairs Minister reacting to 30 new names of various places in Arunachal Pradesh that have been changed by China. China claiming that Arunachal Pradesh is part of South Tibet. Moving on now to more news, and let's talk about the External Affairs adding his weight to the BJP claims that the Congress government led by Indira Gandhi gave away the island to Sri Lanka in 1974. We're talking about Katchatheevu, and kept this hidden. Jaishankar's assertions made a day after Prime Minister Modi accused the Congress of callously giving away the island to Sri Lanka, while the Congress has hit back, questioning what the BJP has done about it over the last 10 years.
50 years after the Indira Gandhi government in New Delhi ceded the 285-acre uninhabited Katchatheevu island on the Palk Straits to Sri Lanka, an RTI response by the BJP's Tamil Nadu unit chief Annamalai, the party says, proves that the Congress government and its ally since 2004, the DMK, were complicit in ceding the island. While the political and diplomatic context was different then, and Sri Lanka argued a strong case, Katchatheevu has been a motive issue for Tamil Nadu's fishermen, and the DMK had maintained that it was a historic mistake to cede the island. It's a sensitive pressure point in a long and checkered history between the DMK and Congress, which have been strong allies against the BJP, comes as an embarrassment during the election campaign. Over the last few decades, the Sri Lankan Navy has killed nearly 500 Indian fishermen for straying into Lankan waters. Now they even auction seized Indian boats, crippling their livelihood. The 1974 agreement between India and Sri Lanka gave Indian fishermen rights to fish around Katchatheevu, to dry their nets there, and to undertake pilgrimage to a Catholic shrine there. But another agreement 2 years later denied these privileges. The External Affairs Minister blamed the ceding of the island squarely on the position of the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and then Indira Gandhi.
This is an observation by the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in May of 1961. He writes, I attach no importance at all to this little island, and I would have no hesitation in giving up our claim to it.
For years, the demand to retrieve Katchatheevu has been a key poll issue in Tamil Nadu. But it's a question if getting it back alone can change realities for fishermen. While solutions like even leasing of the island were suggested by Jayalalitha, It's an issue that's often found political spotlight in election season with no solution after.
6 lakh Tamils who are suffering in Sri Lanka, they had to come to India as refugees and settle here. As a result of this settlement, they have lived in this country for the last 50 years. Their families are here. They enjoy freedom.
The cessation of this Katchatheevu is a historical wrong. We have always opposed it and we wanted Katchatheevu to be retrieved. In the last 10 years, what has the BJP done? What are the steps taken by Mr. Jaishankar, Mr. Narendra Modi?
Both Congress and BJP are only interested to play vote bank politics in the name of Katchatheevu. Why BJP is not able to give out a statement that, yes, we will retrieve Katchatheevu? Why all of a sudden after 3 years of taking charge as Tamil Nadu leader, Annamalai got the enlightenment to talk about Katchatheevu?
And this man, Brij Kandalwal, had unsuccessfully moved a plea in the court then.
I filed this petition in 1974. No government has any business to reduce the territory of India. You can add, but they can't dilute or diminish the territory of India. That was the whole idea.
While both the Congress and the DMK have as much to explain as the BJP, politically the Saffron Party is in troubled waters in Tamil Nadu without a major ally after the AIADMK snapped ties last year. But the big question, would raking up a 50-year-old issue help the BJP net seats in the Dravidian heartland, where it has a negligible presence? In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Thank you, Sam, for bringing us that report. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with the whole lot more.
Can you give us say 3 of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map, you have to parenting, it's a slow process. But the 3 things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect before you correct. First, try to understand what's going on within the child. Their behavior is only on the surface, but underneath the behavior is a need that the child has that we have to help the child discover and solve. And number 3 is every reaction to your child is more about you than it is about your child. So if you want to really do this as consciously as possible, you have to examine your own reactions and understand where they are coming from. And number 4, the traditional ways of disciplining our children only create more harm. The main concern is this constant hunger for approval and significance from the outside world.
Dr. Shefali, I had the chance to hear you on Super Soul Sunday talking to Oprah Winfrey. This is, she loves your work and the world gets to hear more about it through your public speaking and through all of this recognition that the work and your ethos is getting. Tell me about how you came to create this map of parenting and your journey that leads you to where you are today.
So I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and in my practice, I began to notice, that the same themes of childhood pain were repeating themselves across clients, across generations, across sessions. And the core was in the parent-child relationship. And I know how loving parents are. I know how well-intentioned. I'm a parent. But I also know that we can be really blind to our own ways of being because we look at our children as our possessions, as our puppets, as our property. And a lot of harm gets done from parent to child. And I began doing it to my own child. When I began to see myself do it, that's when I really woke up and realized that I needed to heal myself and help other parents heal so that they don't over control and over manage their children. And the best thing is that most parents don't even know when they are doing that. It's happening so unconsciously. And that's my work, is to make the unconscious conscious.
Now, today is World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness and acceptance for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This year's theme is colour, highlighting the possibilities of a vibrant life that those on the autism spectrum can lead. Today, as part of our initiative Smarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we try to understand what it means to be on the spectrum and see how the right tools and directions can help those on the autism spectrum live an enriched life.
If I can't learn the way you teach me, then teach me the way I can learn. This single line sums up the philosophy at Muskan, a Delhi-based training and employment center for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Many of the students training here across various skill development programs such as food and beverages, bakery products, candle making, hospitality and more are on the autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder looks different for everyone, and each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges. Pritender Singh Soin, also known as Preet, is an alumnus of Muskan. He has come over to meet his classmates and his teachers. He trained at Muskan in this cafe and later was placed at Microsoft's Gurgaon office, in whose cafe he has been working for the past 6 years.
For a long time, we did not even understand what he has, till he was almost 14. You know, we changed institutions for him. One institution just sent me some journals on autism. So once I started looking at those journals, I realized that there's so many things. Dawned on me that he has to be handled in a different way.
And that different way is different for every single individual who is on the autism spectrum. To understand neurodiversity and customize skills for individuals on the spectrum, it's crucial to understand where that individual is on the spectrum and what the nuances of their specific condition are.
Every individual with autism can be a unique individual. Now, somebody can have high IQ but very low in social communication. But somebody can be a bit more social but low on IQ. So these parameters change. So that is why it is called that there is a spectrum in this particular disability.
Mridula Sakle has been a teacher at Muskan for the last 20 years. She has been instrumental in creating assembly lines for each vocational course based on the individual's capacity and strength. The constant goal is to equip these individuals with their varying intellectual disabilities with employable skills.
हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ्स पर ही काम करते हैं. कॉपिंग उनकी स्ट्रेंथ है और वो बहुत अच्छा कर पाते हैं. हम करते हैं कि अगर उनको बता दिया कि ये टेबल की एज पर रखकर आपको फोल्ड करना है, वो एग्जैक्ट उसी एज पर जाएगा और फोल्ड होगा. We have also been placing our students after training in mainstream employment. So they are working in many hotels, they are working in corporates, they are working on petrol pump kind of jobs, which can be identified and they can be trained for that.
Smarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, seeks to build a world that is inclusive and accessible for those with disabilities. But the best lesson in inclusion and how to make individuals who are neurodivergent feel safe comes from Preet himself.
मैं काम करता हूँ, नाक की काम करता हूँ, नाक टेप और नोट चोट बच्चे.
And that was leading to a short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं. Okay, so you want to have a speaker system for your MacBook giving you pure and best sound quality. मैं recommend करता हूँ if you can use a pair of HomePod minis. Not the big HomePod because again quite bulky, quite expensive, but जो छोटे वाले HomePod mini होते हैं, if you can use them in a stereo setup, would give you an amazing quality. और मेरे ख्याल से Apple के साथ में compatibility बहुत अच्छी है, not too big as well, and in a stereo setup will definitely give you an amazing experience.
Hi TG, I use a 14-year-old car that does not have a Bluetooth. How can I add a Bluetooth to it?
Very simple, very cheap and very effective answer I'm going to give you. Basically, आपको एक छोटा सा अडेप्टर लेना है. मार्केट में आपको बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे, मतलब स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 500 रुपीज ऑल द वे टू लाइक 2000 लेट्स से अलग अलग ब्रांड्स के आपको ऑप्शंस मिल जाते हैं. व्हाट यू डू इज यू पुट दिस अडेप्टर जो आपकी गाड़ी में ऑक्स पोर्ट होता है वहां पे जब इसको लगाएंगे, दिस विल हैव इट्स ओन ब्लूटूथ कनेक्शन. यू जस्ट पेयर इट अप विद योर स्मार्टफोन एंड उसके बाद में वट एवर यू आर प्लेइंग ऑन योर फोन इन द ब्लूटूथ लेट्स से जो आपको ट्रांसमिट करना है, द कार विल टेक दैट ब्लूटूथ ऑप्शन जो आपका वो डोंगल होने वाला है एंड इट विल प्ले वाया ऑक्स. वेरी सिंपल, वेरी चीप, वेरी रिलायबल, जहाँ पे आप अपनी पुरानी कार में you can enjoy the experience of Bluetooth streaming.
Hi Technical Guruji. My question is, when recording large video files on camera, it shows as one single large file. But when I take it to my system, it shows as multiple smaller files. Why does this happen?
Very interesting. And the simple reason is the way the storage is formatted or the file system, I would say. Because अगर आप notice करो, for example, if you have a memory card or a small micro SD or something, जहाँ पे if the format is FAT32, तो वो एक सिंगल फाइल को 4 GB से बड़ा नहीं बना सकता है. दैट्स द लिमिट फॉर अ सिंगल फाइल. नाउ अगर आपने कैमरा में रिकॉर्डिंग किया है लेट्स से फॉर 20 मिनट्स एंड द फाइल इज लाइक 13 GB, सो इट विल हैव सेक्शंस ऑफ 4 GB, 4 GB, 4 GB एंड 1 GB. बट इन कैमरा में जब आप प्रीव्यू करते हो तो वो फाइल्स तो अलग अलग से ही स्टोर हुआ है, बट दैट कैमरा इन ऐप जो प्लेयर होगा वो आपको कंटिन्यूस प्लेबैक दिखा देगा. बट द मोमेंट यू put this card into a computer or card reader, you would see multiple files of 4 GB each. This is basis of कि आपने जो फाइल फॉर्मेट क्या यूज़ किया है और the way you have formatted your memory card, वहाँ से लिमिटेशन निकल गया है. पोलराइड कैमराज का काम करने का एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग मैकेनिज्म होता है. बेसिकली जो आप फिल्म देखते हो जहाँ पे आपकी फोटोज डेवलप होती है, वहाँ पे दिस इज मेड अप ऑफ.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
Crew shortage throws Vistara ops out of gear. Over 25 Vistara flights affected since morning. Centre steps in the Vistara crisis and demands report. Enforcement Directorate to file response to Kejriwal's interim bail application in the Delhi High Court. ED to respond as to why Delhi CM should be kept in custody. Sources say that Maharashtra's seat-sharing deal is likely done. Dispute in 7 seats nears resolution is what sources say. Supreme Court seeks response on VVPAT from EC Centre, seeks complete count of VVPAT slips.
China renames places in Arunachal, releases list. India reacts, naming changes ownership, questions Jaishankar. The Patanjali misleading ads case, Ramdev to appear in Supreme Court. Ramdev, Patanjali MD Balakrishna to personally appear in court. Weatherman predicts extreme April-June heat. The Met Department issues alert for above normal temperatures. Now, Vistara has said that it was forced to cut a number of flights as it was dealing with a shortage of pilots and crew. Now, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays as well, with the airline having cancelled or delayed over 100 flights in the past week. As of today, 15 flights from Mumbai have been cancelled and 12 Vistara flights from Delhi have been cancelled. The airline operator has also said that the disruption was not attributed to pilot absenteeism alone, as it is also had to deal with certain unforeseen maintenance issues as well. Now, Vistara says that the flight delays and cancellations will continue, but that it is offering flight options and refunds to affected passengers as well. Remember, the airline, which will be merged with Tata ownership, with Tata's Air India, I beg your pardon, has faced similar disruptions last month as well. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with more details. Ishika, the centre has sought a report from Vistara after several cancellations and flight delays. Take us to the latest.
Well, yes, I'm currently present at the Delhi airport where, in fact, since morning here, 12 flights of Vistara have been cancelled. There are several, which are running delay. But currently, if we show you the visuals from here, from the Delhi airport, you can see that there is no chaos-like situation as such. What we're also getting to know from the people here is that till now, people have not faced delay. But if we show you the visuals, of the display board, there are certain flights of Vistara that post 12, they are showing delays here. So certainly we'll have to wait and watch as to throughout the day how many how many passengers are impacted by this. Because as you rightly mentioned, yesterday in the press statement, Vistara had said that there will be delays and cancellation because of the unavailability of crew. But they also said, in fact, that there will be no, they are trying that there will be no convenience to the passengers, an alternate flight option and also, in fact, refund option will be given to the people here. So as of now, there is certainly, what we are witnessing at the moment, that there is certainly no passenger as such who's facing issues, but we'll have to wait and watch as to throughout the day how many passengers are impacted by this. But as you rightly said, now Centre has also asked for a report from Vistara over the cancellation of flights for the past week. Over to you.
Ishika, in fact, yesterday we had heard from several passengers who said they were waiting for hours in the airport, not knowing when their flight is going to be rescheduled or whether it was how long it's going to be delayed for. Do you think Vistara has now handled the situation as best as they could, now informing passengers in advance? So, like you mentioned, there aren't passengers waiting in the airport for hours.
Well, yes, as you rightly mentioned, we did see, that there was a chaos-like situation yesterday. There were many passengers, in fact, who took to social media to vent their frustration, in fact, saying, that this was not a good service that was offered to them by Vistara, saying that they were facing delays for long hours, after which we saw that Vistara came out with this press statement saying, in fact, they did agree that there were massive cancellation and delays that were being done by them, but they also said, in fact, that they are doing this only because there is an unavailability of crew. They further went on to say that they are going to ensure that no inconvenience, to the passengers is done, and for that they will now be giving an alternate flight option and also refund option to the people. So after that, if we compare today, certainly, we are seeing that there is no such chaos-like, scenario as it was yesterday. But we'll have to wait and watch how it, goes throughout the day. Over to you.
Right, thank you, Ishika, for bringing us the details from Delhi. That was my colleague reporting from the Delhi airport. Now, NDTV Profits Aditya Rao, in fact, gets us the inside details about the chaos playing out in Vistara, with several pilots calling in sick, protesting revised salary structures. Take a look.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Let me open my colleague Sujata joining us from the Mumbai airport. Sujata, now what are passengers there saying about the flight delays?
Well, yes, we see that today in Mumbai itself, more than 20 flights stand to be cancelled, whereas many of them are yet being said that they will be delayed, after which the passengers on one end are expressing their anguish with regards to this entire incident happening. And also at the same time, Vistara Airlines, as per the release that they stated, in which they clearly mentioned that they will be either issuing a refund for the passengers, or else they will also merge flights and work upon to make sure that the passengers do not face issues with regards to the entire event that is turning up to be, where flights are being cancelled, or either they are at a delayed. And also passengers are complaining on social media platforms about the airlines not informing them about the flight standing cancelled or being delayed, for which they do come at the airport on time, but once they reach here, they're supposed to wait for extensive hours, after which they are able to either board their flight, or if it's cancelled, then head back home, and no other alternative is being provided to them. After this, the Vistara Airlines has said that they will be, looking into the matter, and also seeking help with authorities and help the passengers to make sure that either they are taken on a merger flight, or else they are given alternate flight options to travel from. And whereas on the press release, it is being stated that it is working upon because of the unavailability of the cabin crew in regards to the Vistara Airlines. And after the Ministry of Civil Aviation has sought a report for the cancellation of more than 100 flights in the previous week, and today too more than 70 flights are expected to be cancelled, where yesterday the numbers were good up to 60, and after which Mumbai Airport today, where Vistara Airlines has sought up help desk for the passengers to come and clarify their queries, and also help them with the correct timings to board their flight, and inform them if their flight stands cancelled previously, and also well in advance.
You were bringing us the situation from Mumbai. There, Vistara has in fact set up a help desk at the Mumbai airport for passengers who will have to go and find out what is the status of their flight. Now, that's the advisory that the airline also gives to all of the passengers of Vistara. They're saying check with the airline first before heading to the airport about the flight status. Now, Enforcement Directorate will file its reply in the Delhi High Court today in response to Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest, as well as his application seeking interim relief. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal earlier had filed a petition in the Delhi High Court challenging his arrest, alleging that the investigating agency infringed upon his fundamental rights. Now, after the reply by the Enforcement Directorate, the court has asked the ED to file a response on whether Kejriwal should be in custody. Now, Aam Aadmi Party Minister Atishi is in fact addressing a press conference. Let's cut across.
उसकी जगह दसों और लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की इस लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए सामने आएंगे और आपको हरा के रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
क्या आप मानते हैं कल जो वोट में नाम लिया गया उसी कड़ी में का हिस्सा है?
देखिए, ये बिल्कुल संभव है, क्योंकि कल जो ईडी ने सौरभ भारद्वाज जी और मेरा नाम कोर्ट में लिया, वो एक ऐसे बयान के आधार पर लिया जो बयान ईडी और सीबीआई के पास 1.5 साल से मौजूद है। ये बयान ईडी की चार्जशीट में भी है, ये बयान सीबीआई की चार्जशीट्स में भी है। तो आज इस बयान को उठाने का क्या कारण था? इस बयान को उठाने का कारण था कि अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लग रहा है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, संजय सिंह, सत्येंद्र जैन के जेल में होने के बावजूद भी आम आदमी पार्टी एकजुटता के साथ, आम आदमी पार्टी मजबूती के साथ अभी भी जमीन पर लड़ रही है। और जो रामलीला मैदान में रैली हुई, जिस भारी संख्या में लोग आए, जो जन सैलाब आया, उनको अब समझ में आ गया है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की नेक्स्ट लाइन ऑफ लीडरशिप को भी गिरफ्तार करना पड़ेगा। आम आदमी पार्टी के, चाहे मुझे, सौरभ भारद्वाज को, राघव चड्डा को, दुर्गेश पाठक को, अब वो जेल में डालने का प्लान बना रहे हैं।
मैम, एक सवाल ये है कि आप कह रहे हैं जेल से सरकार चलेगी, लेकिन सीएम जेल जा चुके हैं। ऐसे में जो मुलाकातियों की लिस्ट है उसमें कोई कैबिनेट मंत्री नहीं है और तमाम जो प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं, चाहे वो किसी फाइल का आगे बढ़ना, तो कैसे होगा? क्या सरकार बर्खास्तगी की तरफ बढ़ रही है? कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल क्राइसिस
या आप लोग अदालत से किसी तरह की रेमेडीज मांगेंगे?
देखिए, सबसे पहले आप इस बात को समझिए कि लीगली और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली दो ही हमारे देश में संवैधानिक और कानूनी प्रावधान हैं इस बात से जुड़े हुए। सबसे पहले रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल एक्ट ये कहता है कि अगर आपकी 2 साल से ज्यादा कन्विक्शन हो तो फिर आप एक जनप्रतिनिधि नहीं रह सकते हैं, चाहे आप विधायक हो, चाहे आप सांसद हो। अरविंद केजरीवाल का कोई कन्विक्शन नहीं हुआ है। कन्विक्शन छोड़िए, आज तक अरविंद केजरीवाल चार्जशीट भी नहीं हुए, नंबर 1। दूसरी बात, इस देश का संवैधानिक प्रावधान ये कहता है कि कोई व्यक्ति चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं रह सकता, उसे चीफ मिनिस्टर के पद से इस्तीफा देना होगा अगर वो अपने हाउस की मेजॉरिटी नहीं एंजॉय करता। अरविंद केजरीवाल enjoys the overwhelming majority of the Delhi Assembly. तो इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल के इस्तीफा देने का कोई भी कारण नहीं है। अगर आज अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दे देते हैं तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए एक बहुत सीधी और सरल एक एसओपी तैयार कर देती है, एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर तैयार कर देता है। जिस तरह उन्होंने पिछले 8-9 साल में ऑपरेशन लोटस को एक स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मूला बना लिया है, ये तो उससे भी आसान है। ईडी के माध्यम से प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में हर विपक्ष के मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर केस कर दो, उसके बाद उसे गिरफ्तार कर दो और फिर कहो कि संवैधानिक संकट पैदा हो गया है, इस्तीफा दो वरना हम राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाएंगे। इससे आसान तरीका भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास विपक्ष की सरकारें गिराने का क्या है? दिल्ली में भी
Aishwarya joining us with more details. Aishwarya, now we're just listening in to Atishi. She's in fact saying, she's leveling allegations against the ED and the centre, saying that now they're targeting the next line of leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party as their top leaders are already in jail. Atishi is in fact saying that Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj are now being targeted and are going to be jailed soon.
Well, major claims made by Atishi in this press conference. She stated that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who who tried to approach one of the very close associate of Atishi and stated that if Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj doesn't join the Bharatiya Janata Party, then within 1 month they will be arresting Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj as well. It was also claimed by Atishi that first it was Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister who had made its mind that the top leadership should be arrested of Aam Aadmi Party. That is done. And now the second line of leadership, that is Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi, Durgesh, would be arrested in another 1 month. And that's how they wanted to finish the Aam Aadmi Party. These are claims made in this press conference by the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Atishi, stating that it is the BJP who is being misusing the Enforcement Directorate, misusing the CBI, and certainly in another few months before the polls, they will be arresting more leaders, and they are trying to finish the Aam Aadmi Party.
Aishwarya, this is also coming at a time when when the Supreme Court has asked for a response from the ED on Arvind Kejriwal's custody.
Well, certainly today, its Enforcement Directorate will be filing its reply in the Delhi High Court on the bail petition of Arvind Kejriwal, and tomorrow would be the hearing that would be resuming. But certainly at a time when yesterday Arvind Kejriwal had been sent to judicial custody for next 15 days. Remember, it is Arvind Kejriwal, it is Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, all 4 top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party currently in the Tihar jail. And next in line, according to Atishi, senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that they will arrest within 2 months Saurabh Bharadwaj, Durgesh Pathak, Raghav Chadha and herself, and therefore the reason perhaps this is a kind of sections of PMLA that they use. Lately, she also claimed that President rule will be imposed and Aam Aadmi Party will be finished. That's the claim made by senior leadership of Aam Aadmi Party.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us and bringing us those latest details. Now, sources tell us that Maharashtra NDA dispute is likely to end as the 7 seats which were disputed near resolution. Sources also tell us that dispute in a few Mumbai seats still continues, but that the BJP is likely to get Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg as well as Palghar. Sources also saying that BJP is set to get Satara being claimed by NCP, and Shinde Sena is set to get Aurangabad and Thane as well. Now, Ajit Pawar's NCP is set to get Osmanabad and Nashik, according to what sources are telling us. I have my colleague Radhika joining us with more details. Radhika, now sources telling us that the resolution is almost come together in some of the disputed seats. There were 67 disputed seats, and perhaps now a decision has been made.
Certainly, seat sharing as far as Mahayuti is concerned among disputed seats is almost cleared. It's almost resolved, especially in about 7 seats. Now, some seats within Mumbai still under dispute that may be clear in a couple of days. As far as these disputed seats are concerned, we're made to understand that 3 seats, which include Satara, Palghar and Sindhudurg, that is going to go to BJP. As far as Sena is concerned, Palghar and Aurangabad will go to Eknath Shinde Sena, and Osmanabad and Nasik to go to NCP. These have been disputed seats. As far as Satara is concerned, both the NCP and BJP had been staking claim, but now it's going to go to the BJP. And in fact, Palghar and Sindhudurg were seats that both the Sena as well as BJP was taking claim. So Sindhudurg, Palghar as well as Satara, that's all going to go to BJP. Now, instead of Satara, what the NCP will end up getting will be Osmanabad as well as Nasik. Remember, Nasik was a bone of contention which all 3 allies were taking claim to. However, now it so happens that Nasik most likely to go to NCP, and the sitting MP there unfortunately is from Sena, who's been putting a lot of pressure.
Right.
However, looks like Chhagan Bhujbal of NCP may be fielded from Nasik seat, and also similar issues as far as the other seats are concerned, which seems to have been resolved. Sena will be getting Aurangabad, I beg your pardon, Sena will be getting Thane as well as Aurangabad. So yes, resolution on most of the disputed seats, but as far as Mumbai seats are concerned, especially Mumbai South, we'll have to wait and watch out for who is going to get the seat, because MNS equation needs to be resolved as well.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us and bringing us those latest details. The Supreme Court has summoned yoga guru Baba Ramdev over misleading advertisements by Patanjali Ayurveda and has directed him to appear in court today along with the company's managing director Acharya Balakrishna to explain why contempt action should not be initiated against them for violating the top court's order prohibiting advertisements claiming to cure diseases and discrediting modern medicine. I'm being joined by my colleague Sunil with more details. Sunil, what can we expect from the hearing today?
Well, firstly, we must inform our viewers that Baba Ramdev has arrived in the Supreme Court and he's kept his date after, there was a clear directive from the Supreme Court bench to give a very, very categorical statement that, in terms of a petition that had been filed, his response. When that was evaded, he had to then, his colleague and co-partner Acharya Balakrishnan has been asked, tendered an unconditional apology. Today he's keeping his date, and as they had asked for his physical appearance, both him as well as Balakrishnan, and we'll have to wait and see how things proceed, how the bench, looks at the fact that what he has to say on the important notices that had been issued, clarifications that were demanded, and what his response will be on those important aspects which have been, raised by the Indian Medical Association to ensure, in their point of view, that people of India are not misled on the medicinal aspects of various Patanjali products that have been, promised to various people who consume it.
Right, stay on with us, Sunil. More news coming in from the Supreme Court. The top court has sought responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of the voter verifiable paper audit trail or the VVPAT slips in polls as opposed to the current practice of verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs through the VVPAT paper slips. Now, the voter verifiable paper audit trail is an independent vote verification system which permits an elector to see whether his vote has been cast correctly. My colleague Sunil still with us on the broadcast. Sunil, the Supreme Court has asked for every VVPAT trail paper slip to be in fact verified as opposed to the 5 that are usually done.
No, Supreme Court has not done that, not at all. What the Supreme Court has done is sent a notice to the Election Commission as well as the Centre to give their response on this entire issue before they take a final decision. This is a petition that has been filed where they've asked for the VVPATs to be correlated with the EVM accounting so as to ensure that there is absolute accuracy. If you recall, nearly 5,000 crores of worth of EVMs were bought last year, and it's in that context now that the government of India has and the Election Commission has gone ahead with installing these EVMs. So to ensure that those VVPATs and the EVMs are compatible, there has been a big political demand by opposition parties in particular that they should be verified in terms of the EVM that is when you cast your ballot. There is also a paper trail. That paper trail should correlate with that. And they want not a random choice, but they want it to be verified on an actual basis.
Right. All right. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us and bringing us those latest details. Shifting focus to Telangana, in the snooping case, some shocking revelations attributed to arrested police officer Radhakishan Rao from the remand report issued for his arrest. The ex-deputy commissioner of police, according to the report, had acted on instruction of SIV chief Prabhakar Rao, and there are examples given of specific seizures and that the DCP had spied on opposition leaders on orders of a senior BRS leader and also of money being transported using police vehicles. Now, some serious details coming out of Hyderabad, names and exact details, of course, yet not really revealed in the snooping case that had come to light after a deputy superintendent was arrested after destroying nearly 50 hard drives with intelligence data. I have my colleague Uma with us on the broadcast. Uma, take us to the latest coming in. Some serious allegations being levelled in Telangana there.
So the big question now will really be about when notices may begin to be issued against the BRS leadership. That could mean KCR or even KTR, because the revelations that have been made through what is being called as the confession statement of Radhakishan Rao in the remand report presented by the police seems to have very, very serious content that seems to indicate that the trail would go right up to the BRS leadership, because even though he has not mentioned KCR by name, he is saying TRS Supremo was the one who had appointed Prabhakar Rao, and on his instructions, several of these police officers, many of who have already been arrested, have in fact acted in order to keep the BRS in power, and that includes transporting of cash in official vehicles, very damning in fact. And the second part is using tapping intelligence in order to seize the money of others. Yesterday we saw Congress leader from Sirsila. Sirsila happens to be the constituency from where KT Ramarao gets elected as MLA successively, and he has now alleged that he believes there's a war room in Sirsila that was set up in order to not just keep tabs on what he is up to, but also to ensure that other supporters do not come and join the opponent, who is KK Mahendra Reddy. And he says that intelligence was being used to do that, to stop people from coming and meeting him. And he says that KTR's statement just before election saying that I know who's meeting who and that I'll take strict action once the elections are over, all that was indication that this kind of activity was going on. So three other things that I must just point out. Interestingly, this time, both the BJP and the Congress seem to be on one side, because two of those examples that were given by Radhakishan Rao are about BJP candidates whose money was seized. Rajgopal Reddy, who now of course happens to be in the Congress, he was the Munugod bipole candidate for the BJP. Raghunandan, who is the Dubak candidate in the bipole of 2020, and now the BJP candidate from Medak. The second interesting aspect is that the CM himself has indicated that possibly these notices are going to be issued, because we have already heard of him in a press conference at Gandhi Bhavan say that it's a matter of time before the political leadership is brought into the net. And third, we do understand that legal opinion is being taken about issuing legal notices to the political leadership which was in power in Telangana before the elections. Back to you.
Right, Uma, thank you for joining us and bringing us those latest details. We'll continue tracking these stories for you and bring you more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior.
The high tide in Kerala leaves a trail of destruction. Houses have been damaged as high waves hit Kollam coast. 50 houses damaged due to the high tide in Kerala. The coastal low-lying areas have been affected. The Kerala CM has asked fishermen and tourists not to venture into the beaches. Now, Kollam, Alappuzha, Thrissur and Thiruvananthapuram have been affected is what we're learning. The IMD has warned that the country is set to experience extreme heat wave days between April and June this year. The IMD has added that above normal maximum temperatures are expected over most parts of the country. Various parts of the country could also expect 10 to 20 heat wave days compared to the usual 4 to 8. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has firmly dismissed China's recent claims over Arunachal Pradesh, emphasizing that changing names is not going to change the reality of the northeastern state being a part of India. Now, when asked about claims of alleged encroachments by China, Jaishankar said that our army is deployed there and they are doing what they need to do. Now, reiterating the message, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju condemned the renaming of several areas in Arunachal Pradesh by China and said that the baseless claims made by China will not change the ground reality. Remember, on Monday, China had released a fourth list of 30 new names of various places in Arunachal Pradesh. China claims that Arunachal Pradesh itself is a part of South Tibet and has named the state Zhangyang.
मैं आपके घर का नाम बदल दूं तो मेरा घर बन जाएगा क्या? अरुणाचल प्रदेश भारत का स्टेट है, पहले भी था, अभी भी है, आगे भी रहेगा। तो ये नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता। हमारी सेना जो है वहाँ डिप्लॉय हो चुकी है।
Right, my colleague Kadamini will bring us more details on this, but as of now, remember, China has earlier as well released several lists of names and places in Arunachal Pradesh. Now, Kadamini, this has been reiterated by India time and again that Arunachal Pradesh is a part of India and cannot be claimed by China, but China time and again continues to release lists renaming places, and now Jaishankar's a strong attack on that.
Well, yes, and just now, even the External Affairs Ministry has issued a statement. It has said that China has persisted with its senseless attempts to rename places in Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. We firmly reject such attempts. Assigning invented names will not alter the reality that Arunachal Pradesh has been and will always be integral and inalienable part of India. Now, this is a very strong statement calling China's attempts to rename places, to claim it as senseless. So, External Affairs Ministry is also very sharp in its response, and of course, External Affairs Minister has said that there has to be a reality check. Just because China changes the names does not mean that it becomes China's area. This has been happening for some years now, and initially it started with 5 to 6 villages being renamed, then it went to 11, 15, and now China has renamed 30 places and said that those are the part of a Chinese state. But as a matter of fact, the reality remains that Arunachal Pradesh has been part of India and will remain part of India, as India has been saying over the years. But it seems that China is following some sort of pressure tactics, and it has gone ahead with this exercise year after year. But India too has stuck its ground. India has been saying repeatedly now at the highest levels of External Affairs Minister, who has said that just renaming places does not mean anything, and with External Affairs Ministry coming out sharply and saying that this is a senseless exercise which China is doing.
Right, Kadamini, thank you for joining us and bringing us those latest details. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Crew shortage throws Vistara operations out of gear. ED to file response to Kejriwal interim bail application in Delhi High Court. Sources say Maharashtra NDA seat deal is close to done. China renames places in Arunachal. Jaishankar reacts, says renaming changes ownership.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Right, we have news coming in at this point that as disruptions in flights take place in Vistara, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Union Civil Aviation Minister, has sought a report, is what we're learning. He's in fact asked for a report. Remember, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked for a report as several, over 100 delays and cancellations of Vistara flights have taken place. Today, in fact, 15 flights from Mumbai have been delayed and around 12 flights from Delhi have been cancelled, is what we're learning. I have my colleague Vishnu joining us with more details. Vishnu, now a statement coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister that he's seeking for a report on these delays.
That's right. We've been told that the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara on why these flight cancellations and delays have taken place. As significantly, he wants to know how the airline is addressing concerns raised by affected passengers. At this stage, the numbers which we had corroborated, indicate that upwards of 25 flights so far have already been cancelled by the airline. This was a couple of hours back. I expect the actual number to be significantly larger than that. Vistara isn't sharing the exact number so far of flights which have been cancelled. What they say is that it's an evolving situation. If they do get pilots available to operate these flights, and perhaps some flights will be operated. Be that as it may, the total number of flights which will be cancelled and certainly delayed by the end of the day are likely to go up substantially as the airline faces a fairly serious crisis which they will now need to address. It is directly linked to the non-availability of co-pilots, primarily on the aircraft. There is a dispute, disagreement I should say, within the airline with co-pilots saying that they are unhappy with a revised salary proposal which has been made as the airline integrates with Air India.
Right, Vishnu, thank you for bringing us those details. Those, of course, were the details of Jyotiraditya Scindia's statement seeking a report. Remember, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has stepped in seeking a report on the delays and cancellations. Now, Vistara has in fact come out and said that the delays and cancellations are not only because of absenteeism of pilots, but also because they were facing several operational issues. Right, we have news coming in at this point. Remember, as the Arunachal Pradesh row continues, Jaishankar had in fact questioned if China renaming several areas in Arunachal Pradesh means that if India renames some places in China, if that would change ownership. But the Ministry of External Affairs in fact coming out and saying that these claims made by China are in fact senseless. That's a strong statement coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs. This, of course, comes as the Arunachal Pradesh Prime Minister also says that he condemns the action by China, and he in fact calls it another gimmick from China. He says, being a proud citizen of India and a native of Arunachal Pradesh, he condemns this act of naming places. I have my colleague Kadamni joining us with more details. Kadamni, now take us through the Ministry of External Affairs statement. They've called China's claims senseless.
Well, it's a very sharp response with which Ministry of External Affairs has come up with. They have called this a senseless attempt to rename places in the Indian state, and that Arunachal has always been a part of India, is and always remains a part of India. So this is not the first time that China has attempted to do such a thing. They have attempted it in past as well, and External Affairs Ministry has been consistently giving statements regarding this. Even last year, when China had come up with renaming of 11 villages, External Affairs Ministry had said that renaming will not change anything. Even External Affairs Minister has given a very strong response, saying that if someone renames someone's house, that does not become the other person's house. So the clarity is very much there, and now India's responses are getting sharper every day because of the reason that China is not refraining from such an attempt to pressurize India, and it has gone ahead with this exercise every year.
Right, Kadamni, thank you for joining us and bringing us those latest details. Let's in fact listen in to what External Affairs Minister Jaishankar had said earlier.
मैं आपके घर का नाम बदल दूं तो मेरा घर बन जाएगा क्या? अरुणाचल प्रदेश भारत का स्टेट है, पहले भी था, अभी भी है, आगे भी रहेगा। तो ये नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता। हमारी सेना जो है वहाँ डिप्लॉय हो चुकी है।
The Enforcement Directorate is said to file a response to Kejriwal's interim bail application in the Delhi High Court. The Enforcement Directorate will respond on why Delhi CM should be kept in custody. This is the latest detail that we're tracking for you on the broadcast at this point.
प्रधानमंत्री का उत्तराखंड दौरा है, जहां तो आदि कैलाश का जो ये मंदिर है आध्यात्मिक और अपनी प्राकृतिक जो सुंदरता है उसके लिए विश्व भर में जाना जाता है।
Campaign in Uttarakhand today, remember, as he kicks off his campaign for the Lok Sabha election. Amit Shah to hold meetings and road shows in Karnataka. He is set to hold key meetings with candidates of 5 Lok Sabha constituencies. Kadhyam Kavya to contest Warangal in the latest Congress list. Remember, she is the daughter of former Telangana Deputy CM.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle. making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant.
What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL.
In the Patanjali misleading advertisements case, the hearing begins in the Supreme Court. Baba Ramdev and the MD of Patanjali, Balakrishna, are appearing before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has begun the hearing on this case. Remember, earlier the Supreme Court had asked Baba Ramdev to put forward why they should not initiate contempt action against him for not listening to the Supreme Court's orders on putting out advertisements that could be misleading to people based on the medicinal values of the products of Patanjali. Justice Hima Kohli, Asasuddin Amanullah are hearing the case. This is what we're learning as of the Patanjali case in the Supreme Court is concerned. Right, Supreme Court now, in fact, hearing the Patanjali advertisements case, where the court is, in fact, saying that some of the advertisements that were put out by Patanjali were, in fact, misleading to the people based on the medicinal value of the products. As of now, Amanullah and Hima Kohli are listening, are in fact presiding over the court. Now, Prime Minister is in Rajasthan's Kotputli to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the state. Remember, the BJP is kickstarting its Lok Sabha election campaign. The Prime Minister has held several rallies before in Rajasthan, but this is the first among the ones before the Lok Sabha elections. He's set to address a rally in Kotputli in the afternoon in support of BJP veteran Rajendra Singh, who takes on the Congress's Anil Chopra, the seat of the Jaipur rural earlier held by Rajavardhan Rathod, who is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. My colleague Harsha brings us more details. Take a look.
It's definitely the start of the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in Kotputli this afternoon. A slew of reasons why Kotputli has been chosen. It's the threshold to Rajasthan. If you drive in from Delhi to Jaipur or to anywhere else, Bharatpur, Jhunjhunu, Sikar, you have to really cross Kotputli. So in that sense is the threshold to Rajasthan. Kotputli also significantly chosen because it's going to impact the neighbouring seats. So apart from Alwar and Jaipur rural, Jaipur city and Jaipur rural, also the neighbouring Lok Sabha constituencies of Dausa, Bharatpur, and then on the western side, Sikar, Jhunjhunu and Churu. So the impact of the PM's rally in Kotputli is also going to have a domino effect on the election campaign of all these Lok Sabha constituencies, 8 of them that are around Kotputli. The caste mathematic also adds up as far as Kotputli is concerned. It's got a sprinkling of Yadav, Jat, Brahmin voters, Rajput voters, also youth vote, because remember it's close to NCR, so a lot of young people actually go and work in the NCR region from that area. The ST vote bank is also important there, as well as the SC. So the caste mathematics definitely adds up. Now Rajasthan is one of the states that's going to be voting in the first 2 phases. So the Prime Minister likely to focus on Rajasthan. It's expected that perhaps Churu and Nagaur will be the next areas where he will do rallies. That's what we hear from BJP sources. Of course, it's not confirmed yet, but that's where the BJP would like the Prime Minister to come, because remember, wherever the PM goes, it creates a certain electoral excitement. It creates a lot of political activity. It raises the tempo of the election campaign, which is what the BJP wants. After all, this election is about the Prime Minister in that sense. And remember now, Rajasthan has a unique record. Rajasthan has voted in the BJP 25 out of 25 in the past 2 elections. The Congress has not been able to open their account. So the Bhajan Lal government, which has taken over, it's a completely new rung of leadership. The Chief Minister, his Deputy Chief Ministers, all of them actually people who've been propelled onto the stage for the first time in that sense, in responsible position. So the Bhajan Lal government is also hoping that, they can repeat that and they can get a hat trick of 25 out of 25 seats. So a litmus test for the Bhajan Lal government. Also, the PM coming in very significant as an endorsement of this government in Rajasthan. So these are some of the reasons why the Prime Minister is holding a Sabha in Kotputli. He will be arriving in Jaipur and then he will take a chopper to Kotputli. It's very, and from there, after the Sabha, he will leave Rajasthan. But in the next few days, as we head into this Lok Sabha election, we can expect to see a lot more of Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading from the front and setting the tone and tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan.
Now, as India gets ready to send an Indian astronaut into space from Sriharikota as part of the ambitious Gaganyaan mission, 40 years ago on the 3rd of April, 1984 Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma flew into space on an Indo-Soviet mission. Till date, he remains the only Indian to fly into space on the 40th anniversary of that historical flight. NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla spoke to the 75-year-old cosmonaut Rakesh Sharma, who still believes India is Sare Jahan se acha. Listen in.
How did it feel like to go into space, and how does it feel like that in the 21st century, India is getting ready to send astronauts who will give you company through Gaganyaan?
How it was in going to space? Well, I think it was extremely exciting. Everything was being done for the very first time. And one was full of expectations. And I must say I was disappointed, primarily because what I saw far exceeded my expectations. So I really was unprepared for the sights which were available to me, the kind of science that we did in space. And I'm extremely excited that today Gaganyaan is getting ready and we are on the cusp of really creating another historical moment, which I do believe is going to be a lot more meaningful, because here we are going to be launching an Indian launcher with Indians on board from an Indian spaceport, and the entire effort is indigenous. So this is something which is really worth looking forward to and worth celebrating, because I'm extremely confident that this is going to be a very successful flight, God willing.
When you were in space and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi asked you, what was the phrase which caught the attention of India and the world?
Yeah, that was Sare Jahan se acha. And
40 years later, on Earth, you still think India is Sare Jahan se acha?
Oh, indeed, of course it is.
Thanks a lot for speaking to us on this 40th anniversary of that historic flight of yours. And you remain till date the only Indian to have seen India from space.
Not for long, and I'm looking forward to my colleagues joining me in that group.
Now, consider one to have truly reached a state of sense of peace, salvation and nirvana if one could live a day without their smartphone. Now, that's how used to we are to these personal devices, and so if we are to lose them, it stops us cold in our feet. Here's a short and quick feature that helps by detailing a couple of preemptive measures that can be taken if you lose your phone.
If I ever lose my phone or it gets stolen, I will take a month-long मौन व्रत. थोड़ा सा of course sadness में and partly in shame for losing a part of my body and being. ये एक internal joke भी है, by the way. I'm trying to embarrass someone यहीं ऑफिस में on public broadcast. And if you write to sharatnair@ndtv.com, वो आपसे ये story share भी कर देगा. फिलहाल तो वो आपको कुछ steps बताएगा. on what to do if you lose your mobile phone. Firstly, always have the IMEI number of your device very handy. इसे कहीं लिख के अलग से सेव भी कर लेना चाहिए. It's a very good idea and practice. ये हर डिवाइस का यूनिक होता है, उसके बॉक्स पे मेंशन्ड भी होता है. But just type *#06# in your phone to get it. और डिवाइस खोने या चोरी हो जाने के बाद FIR में मेंशन करने पे इट इज सुपर हेल्पफुल. हैव वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पासवर्ड्स टू प्रोटेक्ट योर डिवाइस एंड छोटे इंटरवल्स पे आपकी स्क्रीन एंड आपका फोन ऑटोमेटिकली लॉक भी हो जाना चाहिए. मेक दीज चेंजेस इन योर सेटिंग्स. Android users, please install the Find My Device app and go through its setup process. iPhone users, please do the same with the Find My app. In your Google and Apple account, always have a recovery email account added as well. दूर संचार विभाग यानी गवर्नमेंट ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस का एक डेडिकेटेड पोर्टल है फॉर दीज इश्यूज एंड मोर. CEIR की वेबसाइट पे गो टू द ब्लॉक एंड स्टोलन लॉस्ट मोबाइल का सेक्शन. फिल दैट फॉर्म. बी वेरी एक्यूरेट बाय द वे. एंड मैंने खुद काफी स्टोरी सुनी है जहां चुराए हुए फोन वापस ट्रैक होके मिल गए हैं. So be very optimistic about it. If you set up the Find My apps correctly on your phone, log into your account using another device. Now this is where having recovery emails will help you because two-factor authentication can sometimes be a spanner in the system. You can secure, block and even reset your stolen or lost devices from these portals. In fact, newer and updated iPhones में तो inbuilt software features हैं stolen device protection करके. Enable those as well. But मेरा golden advice and इसके लिए techies@ndtv.com पे आपको हमारी तारीफों के पुल बांधने पड़ जाएंगे. Which is be very 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 sentient about your devices. इनका ध्यान रखें. ये बहुत नाजुक होते हैं by the way. जितना ये हमारा ध्यान रखते हैं आपको इनका भी उतना ही ध्यान रखना चाहिए.
April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we're trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Okay, so having known that he's got autism, then we started working around it. Slowly, this was a very gradual process. Even we didn't realize how things are turning around for us. But धीरे हमने फिर उसके साथ काम किया. लेकिन I also realized that he has a lot of intelligence.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में है, आपके काम में है.
कांग्रेस के महासचिव बच्चन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए.
अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है. माय बॉस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी इज द बेस्ट.
chose the name.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
केजरीवाल
Kejriwal is in jail, and the Aam Aadmi Party minister claims that she is next. We're talking about Atishi telling, making these claims about the BJP wanting to arrest the next in command as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, including Saurabh Bhardwaj and Raghav Chanda, all being under the radar as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. And Kejriwal exposed his own ministers, naming Atishi while being questioned by the ED. Disruptions as far as Vistara is concerned continues for day 2, with the centre seeking a detailed report, with the aviation minister asking what steps are being taken in order to ease the inconvenience that is being caused to the passengers. And we get you an insight as far as the flight chaos is concerned. 35 flights have been impacted since this morning. It's India versus China on renaming Arunachal places, and that is China's senseless attempt to rename places is what the Ministry of External Affairs has gone on to say. Jaishankar say that India will, Arunachal Pradesh is an integral part of India and will continue to remain. Patanjali misleading ads case with Ramdev, who has now appeared in a Supreme Court for that hearing. So has the MD, Balkrishna. They have appeared personally in the case claiming to misleading ads. In Maharashtra's NDA seat sharing deal has it been finalized. While 7 disputed seats, there has been a resolution. But 2 seats remain. Those are very crucial seats. The tug of war over Mumbai seat, that continues. The Supreme Court seeks response on VVPAT from the Election Commission and the Centre. The police seeks complete count as far as the VVPAT slips are concerned. Too hot to handle is the case between April and June. We're talking about the pre-monsoon phase, is what the IMD has issued a warning. However, exceptions are to that rule as far as Northwest India and Northeast India is concerned, where temperatures will be normal to below normal. But Central and South India will be impacted the most, including Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Let's get to your top story, and that's claims that are being made by Atishi, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, who's saying that the BJP is now wanting to arrest the next as far as the leadership in the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, which includes Atishi as well as Saurabh Bhardwaj and Raghav Chanda, according to her, are all under the scanner. On the other side, BJP has made claims that Arvind Kejriwal has named his own leaders, including Atishi. This is talking about who was really in charge, who was really speaking to the people involved in the Delhi liquor policy scam. Well, this is BJP's fresh attack on the Aam Aadmi Party after the arrest of the Chief Minister. Now, it is Atishi's name that was taken. This is what is being claimed by the BJP, that Arvind Kejriwal has taken Atishi's name. Why was he quiet for so many months? All those questions are being raised. She must have been scared that their own politician has taken their own name, and that is why the media is saying, and now that she thinks that she will be bogged down as well, and she is now putting the blame on the BJP. Let's just listen in to those claims that are being made by Atishi.
लोक सभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
We have Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Take us through the sensational claims that are being made by Atishi and walk us through what really Kejriwal has said about Atishi.
Well, remember yesterday during the hearing, it was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that while recording the statements of Arvind Kejriwal while he was in the ED custody, Arvind Kejriwal stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj and not directly to Arvind Kejriwal. That certainly means the middleman that we are talking about, Vijay Nair, who had been the person and the individual who had led the entire South group, dealt with the meeting with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Delhi, in which it was stated by the enforcement director and claimed that Arvind Kejriwal was also in attendance. It was Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, and other top Aam Aadmi Party leaders. But yesterday, after Arvind Kejriwal statement was put forward in front of the judge by the enforcement directorate, that he had stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Today, while doing a press conference, senior leader Atishi clearly stated that it is in the upcoming 2 to 3 months, Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj will be arrested by the enforcement directorate. Now, these claims are huge in terms of the arrest that has been made. They stated that first the Bharatiya Janata Party arrested the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, be it Sanjay Singh, be it Satyendra Jain, be it Manish Sisodia, and Arvind Kejriwal. Later, the claims by Atishi had been made that next in line are Durgesh Pathak, Raghav Chadha, Saurabh Bharadwaj, and herself that would be arrested. And it is Bharatiya Janata Party who wanted to finish the entire Aam Aadmi Party by arresting them before the elections. So that's the claim made by by Atishi. But on the other side, BJP countered it. BJP stated that why Atishi, who is talking about Operation Lotus only after her own leader Arvind Kejriwal named her in the investigation and named her and along with Saurabh Bharadwaj, that Vijay Nair, who was a middleman who turned approver later, clearly had been naming Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Therefore, because of that fear, because of that afraid of being arrested, it is Atishi who is claiming that she would be arrested in the upcoming 2 to 3 months by the enforcement directorate. Remains to be seen now that whether enforcement directorate summons the other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who had been named by Arvind Kejriwal during the ED custody, during the investigation and the statements that were recorded earlier.
Right, Aishwarya, also Atishi making claims how she's been approached by the BJP to join the BJP, and you know, of course, you know, also she's going to say that it's the BJP that's gotten scared, seeing the kind of opposition parties that have come together in the Ramlila Maidan on Sunday in order to show their solidarity with the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that you know, they were expecting the Aam Aadmi Party to crumble after the arrest of the Chief Minister. So, you know, this is the defense of Atishi, saying that it is the BJP that has gotten scared, and you know, they've been trying to you know, the buzz that is you know, going around is that they're trying to approach Raghav Chadha, Atishi and others, perhaps you know, to switch over to the other side, and which is why now Atishi is coming out and saying that they are putting all kind of pressure and that they could be questioned next and perhaps could be arrested too.
Well, big claims made by Atishi as far as Operation Lotus is concerned. She also stated in a press conference that close associates with the Bharatiya Janata Party and close to Prime Minister had approached Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, and they stated that if they wanted to save their own political career, then they should join Bharatiya Janata Party and leave Aam Aadmi Party. And that's the claim that just not today had been made by one of the Aam Aadmi Party leader, but there had been made in several past instances as well. Yesterday, when we spoke to several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they stated that the same thing is happening in Punjab, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders are switching their sides, and that's Operation Lotus that the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing. Although it was Atishi also stated in the press conference that in the upcoming few months, the Enforcement Directorate, CBI, which is being misused by the Bharatiya Janata Party as alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party, will be imposing the PMLA, and they will be arresting these leaders who are next in line. The top leadership has already been arrested. They wanted to finish Aam Aadmi Party before the polls, and later they wanted to impose the president's rule in national capital so that the government would be dissolved and later the elections could be held. These are big claims made by Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi today in a press conference, but it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has stated in response that it is these leaders who are afraid just because their own leader Arvind Kejriwal had named them in during the investigation.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story. We have breaking news coming in. And breaking news coming in as far as the Patanjali case is concerned, with Ramdev appearing in the top court. Now, Ramdev has gone ahead and apologized in the top court, but it's the Supreme Court saying that we won't accept the apology and to be ready for action for the misleading ads. This is the yoga guru who appeared in the Supreme Court this morning along with his MD of the Patanjali Ayurved company. And they do remember the last hearing. They were severely criticized for failing to obey its directives and directed Ramdev and the company's MD to appear in person. Now, after hearing an unconditional apology that was submitted to the court stating that Patanjali's intention was only to let the citizens of the country lead a healthier life by using its products, and that was Balkrishnan had tendered that apology, issued that apology, and now what we're hearing is that Ramdev too has apologized in court. We have Sunil Prabhu joining us on the phone line. Sunil, this is after that apology that was rendered by the MD last time around. Now, also Ramdev has gone ahead and apologized in court, but of course the Supreme Court there taking a tough stand and saying that an apology wouldn't do.
Well, I think there is a lot to be said right now. The court is at present hearing the matter. Justice Hima Kohli as well as Justice Ramnula, and they're both very, very tough on Baba Ramdev's counsel as well as Balakrishnan. They are not ready to accept that apology. They say they owe much more. The Supreme Court has expressed unsatisfaction with the explanation. It was of the duty of the company to, convey it to the media department. Their media department says they weren't aware of the Supreme Court order 24 hours later. There has been a huge gap, and as Justice Hima Kohli, the two judges are really taking Patanjali to task, saying how can you, make those statements? What is the basis? How have you done it? Right now, they're dealing with the contempt aspect. They'll go into the adjudication of the other matter at a later stage, saying that earlier Mukul Rohde was hearing this matter. How have you been able to change this position? So a lot of that is happening at present in the Supreme Court, and they are not sympathetic towards the unconditional apology, even though they are there present in person. They've asked to sit down in the court, but they are not at all happy with the discourse and the public apology that they have made. The counsel accepting and saying that there has been a lacune on their part. Both Baba Ramdev as well as Acharya Balakrishnan telling the Supreme Court that the affidavit, there is things amiss. And it's in this context we now have to wait and see how the Supreme Court is taking it very, very seriously.
Well, of course, the bench there calling it just a lip service, saying that you should have made sure that the solemn undertaking should have been in letter and in spirit. So obviously, the lawyer from Ramdev's side saying that he wants to apologize. He's here in person, but the Supreme Court won't have it. And of course, just apologizing, calling it a sheer and mere lip service at that.
That's right. Not only lip service, it's about the highest court of the land. That if you have to ensure that the last man down to the in the queue, gets and adheres to this, and it's in that context that they have made these very, very categorical assertions. I will need to get back to the proceedings. I just came to inform our viewers about what is happening in the deliberations that are taking place.
Right.
So these are the things that are taking place at present, and the Supreme Court is extremely tough on Baba Ramdev as well as Balakrishnan for their acts of omission and commission in running Patanjali and not adhering to the Supreme Court directive that had been given.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Well, switching tracks now, and the Civil Aviation Ministry has sought a detailed report from the Vistara Airlines regarding the flight cancellations and major delays. Well, the minister has gone ahead and asked the airlines to to find out about the steps that they're taking in order to deal with the inconveniences that is being caused. At least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities, whether it's Mumbai, Delhi or Bengaluru, have been cancelled this morning. This comes after more than 50 flights of Vistara were cancelled yesterday and about 160 were delayed. So we have Vishnu joining us. So this is, the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotirao Sindhya is asking for a detailed report and also asking the airlines to provide the kind of steps that they're taking in order to ensure that the passengers aren't caused the kind of inconvenience that they've been facing over the last 2 days on account of the delay and cancellation. Do remember, many pilots have called in sick. They have been, calling in sick. So they have been very short-staffed, is what Vistara is saying. But it's not just the pilots and the crew shortage that has led to this cancellation of various flights. Now, of course, the airlines are saying that they are going to be keeping their passengers informed. They're also offering a refund of tickets. In order to get you a ground report, we have my colleague Sujata joining us from Mumbai. She's at the Mumbai airport. Sujata, take us through the kind of chaos that you've seen from early this morning. If you've spoken to some of the passengers, are they being informed on time or way before time? Are passengers actually landing up at the airport and then finding out that their flight would not be taking off?
Perhaps, and the scenario seems to be happening since the last few days, where passengers complaining of not receiving alerts before them arriving at the airport, and after they come and wait for extensive 8 to 10 hours is after what they get to know that the flight has been either cancelled or delayed, and leading to this, the entire passenger group actually led to letting and venting out their outrage on social media platforms, where they complained of them not being informed about their flight being cancelled or delayed. And after which we see that even today, since morning, it's been more than 15 flights that have been called off from Mumbai to other areas like New Delhi, Bengaluru and Kolkata, and after which also 10 flights from New Delhi have been cancelled. And now that Vistara Airlines has got a notice from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, where they have sought a report and a reply from the airlines asking for the cancellation of more than 100 flights in the recent week, and also to know the reason behind this. After which yesterday the fresh release that had come up from the airline stated that it is because of the unavailability of the cabin crew that there is a delay as well as cancellations in flights, and also efforts are being made by the airlines to make sure that the passengers either receive a refund or an alternative option of flight for them to be made available. And aim is this, there are several reasons that are coming out, where on one end the salary structure, the components of the salary structure of the pilots is one of the reasons why the pilots have gone off on a strike and on a sick in a leave, and the reason for this entire incident turning up. And also it is being said that on one end the salary component of the pilots will be decreased, and while on the other the incentive for the flying hours will be increased. And aim is this, the pilots on one end protesting while the cabin crew not attending and coming on their duty, and the entire effect seems to be piling up on the passengers, where they are now facing the crisis, and their flights are being cancelled. While today at the Mumbai airport we too tried talking to a few of them, however we were not allowed to go inside with a camera, but while we tried talking to them, they had to say that the flights are being delayed, and also help desk by the Vistara Airlines is set up at the Mumbai airport to make sure that assistance is being provided to these passengers who are travelling and coming and waiting here for extensive hours. And also at the same time the airlines is trying to make efforts to make sure that alerts, or if the flight is cancelled or if it's delayed, it could be informed to them via on their social, on either WhatsApp or their contact number, to make sure that the passenger only leave their homes once their flight, the timings are confirmed, and not come at the airport and wait for extensive hours. And when they're trying to talk to the authorities, they are unable to get in touch with them. Yep.
Right, Sujata, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We also have Ishika joining us from the Delhi airport to get us more on the ground situation here. Well, Ishika, many flights have been cancelled since early this morning. We've been seeing this since Monday. Well, several pilots have called in sick after receiving an email. What are the contents of that email? And, what kind of assistance is being provided as far as the passengers are concerned? Are they being informed way before, or will they be getting a refund? Is that what the airlines is telling them, and are they being kept in the loop?
Well, Divya, currently I am present at the Delhi airport, and in fact here, the situation that we have seen till now, that no passengers of Vistara, well, till now are facing any kind of inconvenience, and certainly it is because they have been informed in advance about the delays of the flights. Now, if we talk about the cancellations of Vistara flight from Delhi, in fact, there are 12 Vistara flights that have been cancelled from here, and if we talk about the delays, well, I'd like to show you the display board here. You can see that these are the Vistara flights, coming majorly from Goa, from Mumbai, from Bengaluru, who in fact, the flights that are facing delay as of now. So certainly, these flights are facing a lot of delay. But if we talk about the situation at the airport, well, certainly what we are seeing, no such inconvenience is being faced by passengers here at the moment. Now, in fact, as you talked about the statement that the Vistara had released yesterday, well, we have seen, for the past few days, the kind of chaos that was created at the airports because of these extensive delays of the flights, after which Vistara yesterday said that because of the unavailability of crew, they are facing a lot of delays and cancellation, but they are also providing the option of, booking an alternate flight or an option of refund to all the passengers so that the inconvenience can be minimized. So, certainly so far that seems to be working. The passengers have been informed in advance, and thus, no chaos-like situation currently at the Delhi airport. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, from joining us from the Delhi airport. We also have Aditya Rao joining us from NDTV Profit. Aditya, take us through the crux of the matter and what really is the issue that the pilots are facing, why they've taken such a stand, why they're missing in action, what's really led to the chaos that we're seeing as far as the airports are concerned.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Right. Thank you so much, Aditya Rao, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'll be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy, because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life, because they will be unable to sit with their difficult emotions. They will drink too much, eat too much, socialize too much, spend too much money, and look outward because they're too uncomfortable to sit with their pain, because we've taught them that they should just be happy, which is unrealistic and it's toxic.
Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and we're talking about the latest from Arunachal Pradesh's renaming row. Well, India rejects China's renaming of places in Arunachal Pradesh, calling it an integral and inalienable part of the country. The External Affairs Minister firmly dismissed China's recent claims over Arunachal Pradesh, emphasizing that changing names is not going to change the reality of the northeastern state being a part of India. When asked about claims of alleged encroachment by China in Ladakh, well, Jaishankar said that our army is deployed there and they know what they need to do, reiterating the message of the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju condemning the renaming of several areas in Arunachal Pradesh.
The Indian view also was. मैं आपके घर का नाम बदल दूं तो मेरा घर बन जाएगा क्या? अरुणाचल प्रदेश भारत का स्टेट है, पहले भी था, अभी भी है, आगे भी रहेगा. तो ये नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता. हमारी सेना जो है वहाँ डिप्लॉय हो चुकी है.
The External Affairs Minister has given a very clear, precise answer to what has happened. He has said that, as you mentioned, if one changes the name of some other person's house, it does not become his. This has been India's stance since the very beginning, because this is not the first attempt, but the fourth attempt which China has made in such a manner. I remember even in 2023, on 4th of April, a statement was given out by India's External Affairs Ministry spokesperson, and he had said that if you change the name, it does not change the reality. Now, this has been happening for some years. In 2017, we had seen that China had changed the name of 6 villages in Arunachal Pradesh, and after that, it has just kept, the numbers have kept going up. Now, 11 and 15, and now it is 30. But the fact remains that India has maintained its clear position, saying that Arunachal is an inalienable part of India. It has always been a part of India. It is part part of India and it will remain a part of India. But we have seen that China has kept up the pressure. It is the kind of pressure it has tried with several of its neighbors, but India has stood its ground and has a clear stance that Arunachal is a part of India, and this is how it is going to be. And External Affairs Minister has been saying this repeatedly in answer to what China has been doing, and this is again India's clear stance that this is the changing of names is not going to change the reality of the situation.
Right, thank you so much, Kadamni, for joining us with all those details. Well, moving on to Maharashtra now, and the dispute as far as 7 seats is nearing resolution, with a dispute in a few Mumbai seat that continues. So the BJP likely to get Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar, while the BJP to get Satara, that is being claimed by the NCP, and of course it's Shinde Sena to get Aurangabad and Thane. So we have the seat sharing formula that's almost finalized, with the Sena getting Thane and Aurangabad, BJP getting Satara, Palghar and Ratnagiri, as well as Sindhudurg, NCP getting Nashik and Osmanabad. We have Radhika joining us. Radhika, both the Sena and the NCP was taking claim as far as Nashik is concerned, but the stalemate seems to be over when it comes to 7 seats, barring the 2 seats in Mumbai.
That's right. After multiple rounds of talks, looks like there is some sort of consensus as far as 7 to 8 seats in Mahayuti is concerned. These were, of course, disputed seats. Now, as far as Mumbai seats are concerned, no consensus yet, especially on South Mumbai seats, where there are talks going on between Mahayuti as well as MNS. There could be a possibility that MNS may just end up getting that 1 seat in Mumbai. But as far as other 7 to 8 seats are concerned, consensus seems to have been reached. Now, let me talk about these seats per se. We're talking about Satara, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar, which the BJP looks like will get. There was a dispute with, as far as the Satara seat is concerned, between NCP and BJP. NCP was taking claim for the seat, but they have now conceded it to the BJP. As far as Sindhudurg is concerned and Palghar, once again the dispute was between Sena and BJP. Now that those 2 seats have gone to BJP, most likely Narayan Rane will be contesting from Sindhudurg. Now coming to Sena seats, Thane, of course, is the bastion of Eknath Shinde, but still there was dispute between Sena and BJP over Thane. However, Sena has managed to get that particular seat and also Aurangabad. Now, NCP, which wanted Satara, has instead has got Nasik as well as Osmanabad. Now, when it comes to Nasik, all 3 alliance partners was taking claim to Nasik. Initially, it was the BJP that wanted. Later, of course, Sena's sitting MP is from Nasik. That had been who had been putting pressure for the alliance to have that seat for Sena. However, now the seat has in fact gone to NCP, and in most likelihood, Chagan Bhujbal will be fielded from NCP as far as this particular seat, which is the Nasik seat, is concerned. Osmanabad, similar disputes were being witnessed, but that has also gone to NCP. Now, to talk about the total tally as far as Mahayuti is concerned, 23 BJP as of now. At least about 4 to 5 more may go to BJP, or perhaps at least about 7 more may go to BJP. So far, Sena has released 8 seats, and now looks like Sena may get another 4-5. NCP so far has declared 3 to 4 seats as far as Mahayuti is concerned from Maharashtra, and looks like they may get about 2 more or perhaps 3 more. So this is the tally as of now. Declaration of seats taken place in at least about 30 to 35 seats. 7 to 8 seats under dispute, that has almost been cleared. Now there are a few more disputed seats, especially within Mumbai South. Perhaps that may be cleared in a day or 2. So yes, consensus after multiple rounds of meeting among Mahayuti leaders and Amit Shah, consensus reached on at least about 7 to 8 seats, 3 going to BJP, the remaining 2 being divided by Sena as well as NCP. These were all contentious, where 2 or more allies was taking claim. And of course, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 1 to 2 seats still contentious, especially Mumbai South. That will be cleared once there are another rounds of talks or more rounds of talks, perhaps with the Mahayuti allies and the MNS.
Also, when we talk about Eknath Shinde's son, he will be contesting from Kalyan, something that was being disputed by the BJP as well.
Certainly, as far as Kalyan seat is concerned, there were some disputes that were going on, but looks like Shrikant Shinde will be fielded from Kalyan. That is his bastion. So Thane and Kalyan, which were technically Sena bastion, Eknath Shinde bastion, were under dispute for quite some time. But now there is a consensus on it. Both Kalyan and Thane will be fought by Sena at this point. Of course, as far as the contestant or rather the candidate is concerned, in Thane Sena sitting MLA Pratap Sarnaik or former Thane mayor will be contesting from that particular seat, which is Eknath Shinde's bastion. And yes, Eknath Shinde's son will be contesting from Kalyan, which was earlier a disputed seat, but now things have been cleared as far as the neighbouring areas of Mumbai such as Palghar, Thane, Kalyan are concerned, but within Mumbai disputes remain.
Right, thank you so much, Radhika Ramaswamy, for joining us with all those details. Now, in a significant development, the Supreme Court sought responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of the voter verifiable paper audit trail slips in polls as opposed to the current practice of the verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs through VVPAT paper slips. The voter verifiable paper audit trail is an independent vote verification system which permits an elector to see whether his vote was cast correctly or not. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Motorola's tweet of the day is by Kiran Rijiju, who said, "I strongly condemn China's illegally standardized geological names even to 30 places inside Arunachal Pradesh. China has been making all baseless claims, but that's not going to change the ground reality and the historical facts. Arunachal Pradesh is an inalienable part of India, and the people of Arunachal Pradesh are supremely patriotic Indians by all standards and definitions."
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 litre, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 litre. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style.
Welcome back. The Prime Minister will be in Rajasthan this afternoon to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the desert state. The Prime Minister will address a rally in the Jaipur rural area. This is in support of BJP veteran Rao Rajinder Singh, who takes on the Congress's Anil Chopra. The seat of Jaipur rural, earlier held by Rajvardhan Rathore, is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. The Prime Minister is expected to set the tone as well as the tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan, and it has been strategically chosen as far as this area is concerned. We have Harsha joining us to get us more on this. Harsha, when we talk about, Jaipur rural is one of the places as far as Rajasthan is concerned among the 12 seats that go to poll in the first phase scheduled for the 19th of April.
It's definitely the start of the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in Kotputli this afternoon. slew of reasons why Kotputli has been chosen. It's the threshold to Rajasthan. If you drive in from Delhi to Jaipur or to anywhere else, Bharatpur, Jhunjhunu, Sikar, you have to really cross Kotputli. So in that sense is the threshold to Rajasthan. Kotputli also significantly chosen because it's going to impact the neighbouring seats. So apart from Alwar, and Jaipur rural, Jaipur city and Jaipur rural, also the neighbouring Lok Sabha constituencies of Dausa, Bharatpur, and then on the western side, Sikar, Jhunjhunu and Churu. So the impact of the PM's rally in Kotputli is also going to have a domino effect on the election campaign of all these Lok Sabha constituencies, 8 of them that are around Kotputli. The caste mathematic also adds up as far as Kotputli is concerned. It's got a sprinkling of Yadav, Jat, Brahmin voters, Rajput voters, also youth vote, because remember it's close to NCR, so a lot of young people actually go and work in the NCR region from that area. The ST vote bank is also important there, as well as the SC. So the caste mathematics definitely adds up. Now Rajasthan is one of the states that's going to be voting in the first 2 phases. So the Prime Minister likely to focus on Rajasthan. It's expected that perhaps Churu and Nagaur will be the next areas where he will do rallies. That's what we hear from BJP sources. Of course, it's not confirmed yet, but that's where the BJP would like the Prime Minister to come, because remember, wherever the PM goes, it creates a certain electoral excitement. It creates a lot of political activity. It raises the tempo of the election campaign, which is what the BJP wants. After all, this election is about the Prime Minister in that sense. And remember now, Rajasthan has a unique record. Rajasthan has voted in the BJP 25 out of 25 in the past 2 elections. The Congress has not been able to open their account. So the Bhajan Lal government, which has taken over, it's a completely new rung of leadership. The Chief Minister, his Deputy Chief Ministers, all of them actually people who've been propelled onto the stage for the first time in that sense, in responsible position. So the Bhajan Lal government is also hoping that, they can repeat that and they can get a hat trick of 25 out of 25 seats. So a litmus test for the Bhajan Lal government. Also, the PM coming in very significant as an endorsement of this government in Rajasthan. So these are some of the reasons why the Prime Minister is holding a Sabha in Kotputli. He will be arriving in Jaipur and then he will take a chopper to Kotputli. It's very, and from there, after the Sabha, he will leave Rajasthan. But in the next few days, as we head into this Lok Sabha election, we can expect to see a lot more of Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading from the front and setting the tone and tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking that story as the Prime Minister is headed towards Jaipur today. Moving on to Telangana, in the snooping case, some shocking revelations have come out regarding the arrested police officer Radhakishan Rao from the remand, while the ex-Deputy Commissioner of Police, according to the report, has acted on instruction of SIB Chief Prabhakar Rao, and there are examples given of specific seizures that the DCP had spied on opposition leaders or orders of a senior BRS leader, and also on money being transported through police vehicles. Well, to get more on this, we have Uma joining us. Uma, the senior cop arrested in the Telangana phone tapping Rao, has made big claims of how cash was being moved in official vehicles in the 2018 as well as 2023 assembly polls.
So the big question now will really be about when notices may begin to be issued against the BRS leadership. That could mean KCR or even KTR, because the revelations that have been made through what is being called as the confession statement of Radhakishan Rao in the remand report presented by the police seems to have very, very serious content that seems to indicate that the trail would go right up to the BRS leadership, because even though he has not mentioned KCR by name, he is saying TRS Supremo was the one who had appointed Prabhakar Rao, and on his instructions, several of these police officers, many of who have already been arrested, have in fact acted in order to keep the BRS in power, and that includes transporting of cash in official vehicles, very damning in fact. And the second part is using tapping intelligence in order to seize the money of others. Yesterday we saw Congress leader from Sirsila. Sirsila happens to be the constituency from where KT Ramarao gets elected as MLA successively.
and he has now alleged that he believes there's a war room in Sirsilat that was set up in order to not just keep tabs on what he is up to, but also to ensure that other supporters do not come and join the opponent, who is KK Mahendra Reddy. And he says that intelligence was being used to do that, to stop people from coming and meeting him. And he says that KTR's statement just before election saying that I know who's meeting who and that I'll take strict action once the elections are over, all that was indication that this kind of activity was going on. So three other things that I must just point out. Interestingly, this time, both the BJP and the Congress seem to be on one side, because two of those examples that were given by Radhakishan Rao are about BJP candidates whose money was seized. Rajgopal Reddy, who now of course happens to be in the Congress, he was the Munugod bipole candidate for the BJP. Raghunandan, who is the Dubak candidate in the bipole of 2020, and now the BJP candidate from Medak. The second interesting aspect is that the CM himself has indicated that possibly these notices are going to be issued, because we have already heard of him in a press conference at Gandhi Bhavan say that it's a matter of time before the political leadership is brought into the net. And third, we do understand that legal opinion is being taken about issuing legal notices to the political leadership which was in power in Telangana before the elections. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. And switching tracks now to the Aam Aadmi Party, with the Aam Aadmi Party leader there, Atishi, making claims of more arrests. As far as the BJP is concerned, they want to arrest the next in leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, which includes Atishi herself, as well as Saurabh Bhardwaj and Raghav Chadha. According to her, all are under the scanner. And it's Arvind Kejriwal who has named his own leaders in a fresh attack, as far as the BJP is concerned, on the Aam Aadmi Party after the arrest of the Chief Minister. So 4 more senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are said to be arrested over the next 2 months, according to Atishi. She has said this is in an attempt to crush the Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party. She alleges plans to arrest not just Raghav Chadha and her, but also Durgesh Pathak. The BJP has approached me through someone very close. They've asked me to join the BJP and said that this will save my political career. So Atishi claiming that she and Aam Aadmi Party leaders are being asked to switch sides, else it would be the end of the road as far as their political career is concerned. Well, also on the other side, we have the BJP claiming that there are reports that Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to name Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj, that they were the people who were really dealing with Vijay Nair, the prime accused in the case. So let's just listen in firstly to what Atishi had to say and how the BJP is reacting.
लोक सभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है। तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी, तो ऐसा है बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
So the BJP there claiming that Atishi is worried, which is why she's making these tall claims. And of course, Atishi there saying that the BJP is worried because the opposition parties came out in large number at the Ramlila grounds on Sunday in order to pledge their solidarity with the Aam Aadmi Party. They thought that the party would crumble after the arrest of the Chief Minister, which hasn't happened, and which is why Atishi has gone on to say that this is the BJP reacting to that, solidarity coming about as far as the opposition parties are coming together on this. But it is, of course, Arvind Kejriwal there, who the BJP is claiming has gone ahead and named its own 2 ministers, as saying that they were the ones that are dealing with the prime accused themselves, which includes Atishi, and which is why after that has come to light is why Atishi is making these tall claims. So we have Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, sensational claims being made by Atishi. Talk us through what Arvind Kejriwal has said about Atishi and what really Atishi is saying about the BJP.
Arvind Kejriwal, while he was in the ED custody, Arvind Kejriwal stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj and not directly to Arvind Kejriwal. That certainly means the middleman that we are talking about, Vijay Nair, who had been the person and the individual who had led the entire South group, dealt with the meeting with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Delhi, in which it was stated by the enforcement director and claimed that Arvind Kejriwal was also in attendance. It was Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain and other top Aam Aadmi Party leaders. But yesterday, after Arvind Kejriwal statement was put forward in front of the judge by the enforcement directorate, that he had stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Today, while doing a press conference, senior leader Atishi clearly stated that it is in the upcoming 2 to 3 months, Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj will be arrested by the enforcement directorate. Now, these claims are huge in terms of the arrest that has been made. They stated that that first the Bharatiya Janata Party arrested the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, be it Sanjay Singh, be it Satyendra Jain, be it Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. Later, the claims by Atishi had been made that next in line are Durgesh Pathak, Raghav Chadda, Saurabh Bharadwaj and herself that would be arrested, and it is Bharatiya Janata Party who wanted to finish the entire Aam Aadmi Party by arresting them before the elections. So that's the claim made by by Atishi. But on the other side, BJP countered it. BJP stated that why Atishi, who is talking about Operation Lotus only after her own leader Arvind Kejriwal named her in the investigation and named her and along with Saurabh Bharadwaj, that Vijay Nair, who was the middleman who turned approver later, clearly had been naming Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Therefore, because of that fear, because of that afraid of being arrested, it is Atishi who is claiming that she would be arrested in the upcoming 2 to 3 months by the enforcement directorate. Remains to be seen now that whether enforcement directorate summons the other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who had been named by Arvind Kejriwal during the ED custody, during the investigation and the statements that were recorded earlier. Atishi, as far as Operation Lotus is concerned, she also stated in a press conference that close associates with the Bharatiya Janata Party and close to Prime Minister had approached Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, and they stated that if they wanted to save their own political career, then they should join Bharatiya Janata Party and leave Aam Aadmi Party. And that's the claim that just not today had been made by one of the Aam Aadmi Party leader, but there had been made in several past instances as well. Yesterday, when we spoke to several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they stated that the same thing is happening in Punjab, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders are switching their sides, and that's Operation Lotus that the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing. Although it was Atishi also stated in the press conference that in the upcoming few months, the Enforcement Directorate, CBI, which is being misused by the Bharatiya Janata Party as alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party, will be imposing the PMLA, and they will be arresting these leaders who are next in line. The top leadership has already been arrested. They wanted to finish Aam Aadmi Party before the polls, and later they wanted to impose the president's rule in national capital so that the government would be dissolved and later the elections could be held. These are big claims made by Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi today in a press conference, but it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has stated in response that it is these leaders who are afraid just because their own leader Arvind Kejriwal had named them during the investigation.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Well, April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, and a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Co-President Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV
big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard? And why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary. We are all ordinary. If we accept that, here's why it's important to
Welcome back. Let's get you a check as far as heatwave conditions are concerned. This time around, there is going to be an increase in frequency between April to June in the pre-monsoon phase. Well, the worst impacted areas include central and southern part, but it is north-west India, which includes Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh and West Uttar Pradesh, where the temperatures will be normal or below normal in the pre-monsoon phase. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Former US President Donald Trump has posted $175 this is $175 million bond in New York, a civil fraud case. The move has resulted in Trump staving off asset seizures by the state. Trump was originally ordered to pay the full $464 million judgment against him, but an appeals court has said that he could pay the smaller sum within 10 days. He was found in February to have fraudulently inflated property values.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये use करते हैं lasers को. और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे. द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून. दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है. मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग. मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड. फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
The Supreme Court puts Ramdev as well as the centre in the dock over misleading Patanjali ads. The Supreme Court asked the centre, why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut? Patanjali's misleading ads case in the Supreme Court is being heard, and Baba Ramdev has rendered an unconditional apology, which the Supreme Court says it will not accept but will initiate contempt action. Arvind Kejriwal is in jail, and AAP Minister Atishi claims she's next to be arrested along with Saurabh Bharadwaj and Raghav Chadha. The BJP hits back at Atishi, says Kejriwal is the one who has exposed his own ministers. The centre steps in as the Vistara crisis deepens. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning today. NDTV Profit Exclusives brings you the inside track of what's happening in the Vistara chaos. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh. The Ministry of External Affairs reacts as China's senseless attempt to rename places. India rejects China's renaming of Arunachal places. The Maharashtra NDA deal in terms of seat sharing appears to be all but done. Sources indicate that the NDA dispute in Maharashtra over 7 seats is nearing some kind of a resolution. However, sources also say the tug of war over the Mumbai seats continues. Summer of 24 is turning out to be too hot to handle. The weatherman predicts extreme April and June heat, while the centre and South India are expected to be the worst hit, but Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh are likely to be spared. Good afternoon and welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24x7. Our top focus story, of course, is the Patanjali misleading advertisements case that is being heard in the Supreme Court at the moment. The top court has pulled up the centre as well as Patanjali over the ads. Now, the Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the government in the dock when the court has in fact questioned why the centre chose to keep its eyes shut. The court has said to Baba Ramdev that he should be ready to face the action. He tendered an unconditional apology in the Supreme Court, which the court has rejected. So the yoga guru there appearing in the Supreme Court over the Patanjali Ayurved's misleading advertisements, where the Supreme Court during the last hearing, remember, severely criticized Patanjali for failing to obey its directives and directed Ramdev's company and the managing director to personally be present, and they have appeared today. Sunil Prabhu joins us from the Supreme Court with the very latest. So Sunil, it does appear that the court has not just put Patanjali in terms of Baba Ramdev in the dock, but also asked some tough questions on the centre as to why they quote-unquote chose to keep their eyes shut.
That's right. Not only keep their eyes shut, they have also been issued and they have been made parties and notices have been issued to the center as well as the state. How did they allow themselves to keep quiet? How did they allow, for example, Baba Ramdev and his company to get away with just a warning when the Act very clearly says that action should be taken, either imprisonment or certain, penalties that have to be done as per the Act. These are the points that Justice Seema Kohli as well as other co-judge pointed out to the Solicitor General, saying that we cannot be a silent observer to what has happened. How did you allow this when people were dying? When you allowed this to continue, and as you rightly said, keep your eyes shut. This after, of course, Baba Ramdev as well as Balakrishnan, both present in the court and made a personal appearance after they were directed to. They've been asked to continue to come to the Supreme Court. Their appearance has not been dispensed with. The court didn't want to listen to them directly, even though they were ready to do so, but asked their counsel. They said that with folded hands, we are ready to give an apology, but not after the Supreme Court judges accused them of perjury, which is a very, very serious charge. The affidavits that were filed saying that they are and wanting assistance on the contempt proceedings, making it clear, and this is after a 1-hour grilling by both judges and on a point-to-point issue, saying that whatever they have done in terms of the affidavit were just not in compliance with the Supreme Court order. They pointed out how Patanjali's media department said that they were not aware of the Supreme Court order a day after the entire Supreme Court order had come about. And this, after all, as you're well aware, these proceedings have been carrying on from November. Ultimately, you and I know that people of this country were fooled with Coronaville and the claim by Patanjali. What action did the Health Ministry, or for that matter the Ayush Department, as they said, has a lot to do to answer on this matter. I think the Health Department has come under a lot of flack. The wounds of COVID, which happened, many people lost their lives. Many people who had COVID were searching for oxygen cylinders. Those memories once again in the Supreme Court, with the Supreme Court bench raising the entire issue of Patanjali and how it went away scot-free with just a warning and not any action as per the Act that is demanded. So a lot to be said. They will have to now file the affidavits. The matter will be taken up on the 10th when the court will once again look at this entire matter and their issue of perjury as well as non-compliance in terms of the affidavit and how they want to proceed further, because there are other issues involved, because there was a statement also made by the councils of Patanjali as well as Baba Ramdev and Balakrishnan to say that you cannot just say that allopathy is the only cure. So all those matters will be looked at, but today was on contempt, a very, very strong stricture against Baba Ramdev as well as Mr. Balakrishnan, and of course the centre and the state, in particular the Health Department, the Health Secretary, the Ayush Department, for its acts of omission and commission, for closing its eyes and not taking action when at the height of COVID in 2020 they claimed that they were able to find a cure and ridicule what was being done by the Indian Medical Association. The Indian Medical Association saying that we don't want to convict people, but we want to point out that even in their affidavits, they are trying to attribute it to media persons.
All right. Well, Sunil, and what's very scathing also is the fact that even though the Yoga Guru today has extended an unconditional apology in the court has absolutely said we don't accept it. What are likely to be the ramifications going forward?
Well, they've asked them to, file the affidavit, because if you do a half-hearted claim in terms of trying to give a, apology, the Supreme Court judges are too sharp and too smart. It's in that context that they pointed out and, went through those affidavits and ripped it apart and saying that how you have committed perjury. how you have not been able to actually, don't believe in what you say in terms of an apology. And then you say that you're come in person, so you're ready to come with folded hands and apologize. That's not going to be the way. That's not the procedure. Very, very strict, strictures by the Supreme Court, really saying, giving them time for another week. And on the 10th of April, they will hear this matter once again on this important aspect. So definitely, if you give a half-hearted apology, it is in that context that nobody, especially top Supreme Court judges of the courts, of the highest court of the land, will not be satisfied. And as they point out, whatever order they pass has to be respected.
Yes.
Right from the top to the bottom. And if you don't attempt to, try to subjugate the court, or you try to hoodwink the court, as they point out, they are not going to accept it at all.
All right. We also have with us on the phone line the former Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir Court, Justice B.A. Khan, joining us. Thanks very much for being with us. Your first reaction to the developments that have taken place in the Supreme Court today?
I don't know in what context you are wanting my reaction. If the Supreme Court does not accept the apology, the natural consequence would be that they will be convicted and sentenced under the Contempt of Court Act, that's all. And if there is an additional perjury thing, for that a complaint would have to be lodged before a trial court, and they will be tried for perjury.
Right. The question that I was asking my colleague as well, Justice Khan, do you anticipate that this is a case perhaps that will be used as a precedence for other advertisers going forward as well?
Yeah, this will send a signal, but this is very well established that it is for the court to accept the apology, because court must not have seen that repentance in the person. So it is within the court's jurisdiction not to accept the apology and to punish the contender if the defiance is so strong and is repulsive. So therefore, there is nothing wrong in that. It's the court's power and jurisdiction to do that.
Yes.
As far as whether it sets a precedence, it will send a signal here. You can't be misleading people with advertisements which are detrimental to the public health and so on.
Yes. Sir, I also want to get your reaction on the fact that the Supreme Court has not just pulled up the advertisers, in this case Patanjali and Baba Ramdev, but have also questioned the centre. Questions have been asked of the Union of India for quote-unquote keeping their eyes shut. How do you look at those developments?
Well, I don't know. That's not a legal question. That if the Supreme Court finds that the Union of India has turned a blind eye to what was happening and the wrong was happening, then it's for the court again to identify those in the central government and who are the concerned people and to deal with them.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us with that. That was Justice B.A. Khan, the former Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir Court, there joining us for his reaction on this. Like we've been explaining, at the moment they have to file an affidavit in court. The Supreme Court has come down heavily, not just on Patanjali, the MD and Baba Ramdev, but also on the Centre for quote-unquote keeping their eyes shut through this entire process. It's been very interesting to see that despite what the Supreme Court said, there has been no reaction really that has come in from the government over the misleading advertisements. There was no disclaimer or reaction of any sort from the Ministry of Health Affairs or the Ayush Ministry. The petition has also raised concern over misleading statements by Baba Ramdev against allopathy and false claims by Patanjali of curing certain diseases in these advertisements. The Indian Medical Association, which is one of the petitioners, had contended that despite the Ministry of Ayush signing this MOU, Ramdev continues to flout norms. So the court there coming down very heavily, not just on Patanjali, like I said, but also asking questions of the Government of India on why, quote-unquote, they had kept their eyes shut. Well, breaking news, it's coming in. We have more updates on the Vistara disruptions for you. The Civil Aviation Minister, Jyotiraditya Scindia, now speaking with NDTV, has said he's personally monitoring the Vistara situation very closely. The Civil Aviation Regulator too is monitoring the situation. Remember, there are almost over 35 flights that have been cancelled just this morning. Turbulent times for one of India's top carriers. Vishnu Shom joins us with the very latest. Vishnu, the crisis deepens and the centre's keeping a close watch, it appears.
That's right, Rishika. And now, in fact, it's not just the Minister and the Civil Aviation Ministry, it's the regulator. That's the DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation, which is also keeping track of the situation. And I've said, and I'll just read out a part of their statement, in view of the various flight disruptions of Vistara because of various reasons, including crew unavailability, the DGCA has asked the airline to submit daily information and details on the flights that are being cancelled and delayed. Now, the DGCA also wants the airline, Rishika, to ensure that the rights of passengers are ensured, that those passengers who are denied boarding, if there is a cancellation of flights, are given information in advance and they have the option of a refund and compensation, etc. So it is a crisis in the airline. It is because there are a large number of pilots, largely co-pilots, have not been reporting to work. They have concerns about a revised salary package, which is being offered to them as Vistara merges with Air India.
All right, so DGCA, they're seeking a daily report on what's happening with Vistara. This after the Union Civil Aviation Minister himself said he is personally monitoring this situation. Remember, there are over 36 flights that have been cancelled just today. There were over 60 flights that were cancelled yesterday, and these are conservative estimates. There are also several delays that have been reported. But what we're learning from the ground is that the airline appears to have given fair warning to passengers. Refunds have been offered and flight reschedule options have also been given. However, the situation on the ground at the moment appears to be under control, with the airline in fact informing passengers in advance, because what our reporters have been telling us, at least from the Delhi, Bombay and Bangalore airport, is that passengers are aware of delays or have made alternate arrangements or sought refunds from the airline. This after a day of chaos yesterday when Vistara cancelled over 50 flights. And of course, prior intimation was not given. The inside track on the Vistara chaos has been reported by our sister concern NDTV Profit. The NDTV Profit story very clearly talks about how this is a crisis that has been brewing ahead of the merger because of the kind of financial reconfigurations that have been done in the salary structures of Vistara pilots. They were given this revised salary structure on an email and were asked to comply in a short notice, something which the pilots have protested against by calling in sick altogether, leading to a virtual halt in operations for Vistara, leading to cancellations and delays across the length and breadth of the country. Let's go right across to NDTV's Pratibha. She's joining us from Bangalore, and we have Sujata Dwivedi joining us live from Mumbai at the moment. Pratibha, to you first. What's the status as far as flights in and out of Bangalore is concerned? What are you picking up?
In fact, Bengaluru is definitely believed to be one of the busiest airports. In fact, this is also the IT city that you're talking about. And yes, right since yesterday, social media was flooded with a lot of comments by passengers who were stranded at the Bengaluru airport. In fact, Vistara generally operates from Terminal 2 of Bengaluru airport. And yesterday, going by the social media accounts, they were talking about how Terminal 2 was nothing short of a fish market. Well, today what we hear is that, yes, they have been given advance intimation as well as information to make alternate arrangements, and around 3 to 4 flights have been cancelled is what we hear, though exact numbers have not been revealed officially so far. And based on that, yes, many of the passengers have made alternate arrangements and things have been much smooth compared to what it was yesterday is what we hear from authorities at the Bengaluru airport. Back to you.
All right, so several disruptions are reported there as well. Sujata, what is the situation in Mumbai? We know in the morning we were reporting that there were at least over 15 flight disruptions. But what you were picking up from Mumbai and also what our colleague Ishika was picking up from Delhi is that as compared to yesterday, there appears to be lesser chaos because passengers have been informed or offered alternate options or refunds, so people have made arrangements. There aren't, there aren't too many surprises there in store for those boarding Vistara planes today.
Certainly, and talking about a major change that has happened and a correction made by the Vistara Airlines here is that at least now they are informing their passengers well in advance and hours before the flight should take off, where about be it the flight delay or the flight cancellation, and passengers are now being kept in loop about the status of their flight. Apart from that, also talking about the flight cancellation numbers today in Mumbai, yesterday it was said that more than 50 flights in total across the nation were cancelled, and today in Mumbai itself the numbers since morning they have climbed up to 15, whereas more flight cancellations are expected, but this time the passengers and their disruption will now be a major concern for the Vistara Airlines, where in the release they also stated that they are trying to establish good communication with their passengers to make sure that there is no any sort of anguishment that they go through. And also at the same time, talking about the numbers today, the flight cancellation and especially the numbers of flight delays are set to be increased, because of which, if we talk about since morning, while we tried talking to the passengers who were coming at the airport, while we had a word with some of the Vistara flyers, they had to say that they did had flights, and that to connecting flights through Vistara Airlines, which were delayed. However, now that they are boarding it, they are kept well in loop about the entire incident and about the delay status of the flight, after which they'll be taking it off. So somewhere corrections are trying to be made and corrected. However, the numbers are still increasing, and now the Ministry of Central Aviation has also taken note into the matter and stepped in and asked for a detailed report from Vistara Airlines to find out about the last 100 flights that have been cancelled in the recent week.
All right. Well, the centre has stepped in, and the aviation regulator, the DGCA too, has stepped in, and they say they are closely monitoring the situation. However, like I said, what we're learning from our team of reporters across Delhi, Mumbai and Bangalore at the moment is that Vistara has given prior intimation to passengers who are travelling on the airline today. There are anticipated delays, and those have been informed to the passengers. So there are several disruptions that have been reported, but there are several sectors where the airline is operating normally as well. So once again, urging, of course, all passengers to cross-check once with the airline should you be boarding a Vistara flight anytime in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, let's also get you the details of what's happening within Vistara Airlines at the moment. NDTV Profit has exclusive information on the fact that this entire chaos is brewing because pilots have called in sick en masse. These are Vistara pilots who are clearly raising a banner of revolt against what is believed to be the revised pay structure ahead of the merger with Air India. These pilots have called in sick, registering the protest because they were asked to sign revised pay slips, or rather revised salary structure in a short duration of time. NDTV Profit with the details.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara Airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Well, moving on now to the other big political story that we're tracking. It's a full-blown battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP here in the national capital. The AAP leader Atishi addressed a press conference a short while ago and has claimed that more arrests will be made. Atishi has said that the BJP wants to arrest the next in line of the AAP leadership, which includes Saurabh Bharadwaj, Raghav Chadha and her. She claims all of these individuals are under the radar. Both Atishi and Saurabh have come out to address press conference and claimed that the BJP has made them offers to either join the party or be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP, of course, has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying it is Arvind Kejriwal who is naming his own leaders and throwing them under the bus. This is the BJP's fresh attack after Kejriwal's arrest.
लोक सभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
Aishwarya joins us with the very latest. So Aishwarya, you have a whole host of Aam Aadmi Party leaders today, both Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj addressing press conferences and saying that there is an Operation Lotus that is essentially underway, where all of these leaders have been made offers by the BJP, refusing which they claim they're going to be arrested next.
Well, massive claims made by senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party and Minister Atishi today during a press conference. Now, why these 4 names had emerged? Yesterday, during the hearing, it was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that while Arvind Kejriwal was in custody, he mentioned that Vijay Nair, who turned later approver in the entire case, used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj and not Arvind Kejriwal. Now, this clearly gives a hint that Enforcement Directorate can further summon Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj in the alleged Delhi liquor policy excise case. And therefore, the reason perhaps the claims have been made by Atishi that it would be another 4 leaders named Raghav Chadha, Durgesh Pathak, Atishi herself and Saurabh Bharadwaj who will be arrested before the polls. She also claimed that it was Operation Lotus that BJP is running. Close associates to the Bharatiya Janata Party informed her that in the upcoming days, if they wanted to save their career, their political career instead, they should join the Bharatiya Janata Party, otherwise they will be also jailed. And there would be sections that will be imposed under the PMLA in which they will be arrested. Later, when the entire Aam Aadmi Party senior leadership would be arrested, it would be Bharatiya Janata Party who will go to LG seeking that presidential rule should be imposed in Delhi, and later the government will be dissolved so that Aam Aadmi Party's government could be dissolved in the national capital. So these are the claims that were made by Atishi, and Bharatiya Janata Party in a rebuttal clearly stated that once the name had been mentioned by their own leader, Atishi, because of fear of being arrested, doing a press conference, making claims that there is Operation Lotus and there will be arrested. Remember, it is already Aam Aadmi Party senior leadership, including Manish Sisodiya, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh and Arvind Kejriwal, who are behind the bars and currently placed under arrest in Tihar prison. And now it is Atishi who had made claims that 4 of their leaders could be arrested very soon in the upcoming days, fearing their arrest.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with the very latest. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Well, April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As a part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support, and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Can you give us three of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map, parenting, it's a slow process. But the three things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect before you correct. First, try to understand what's going on within the child. Their behavior is only on the surface, but underneath the behavior is a need that the child has that we have to help the child discover and solve. And number three is every reaction to your child is more about you than it is about your child. So if you want to really do this as consciously as possible, you have to examine your own reactions and understand where they are coming from. And number four, the traditional ways of disciplining our children only create more harm. The main concern is this constant hunger for approval and significance from the outside world.
Dr. Shefali, I had the chance to hear you on Super Soul Sunday talking to Oprah Winfrey. This is
The Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the centre in the dock in the Patanjali misleading ads case. The court asked the government why it chose to keep its eyes shut. Baba Ramdev apologizes. The Supreme Court says, we don't accept. We'll initiate contempt action. Kejriwal in jail. AAP minister claims she's next. Kejriwal exposed his own minister, claims the BJP. The central government steps into the Vistara chaos, seeks a detailed report amid flight disruptions. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since the morning. NDTV Profit Exclusive brings you the inside track of the Vistara chaos. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh. The Ministry of External Affairs calls it a senseless attempt. India rejects China's renaming. Is the Maharashtra NDA seat-sharing deal all but done? Sources indicate that the dispute over 7 seats nears a resolution. However, a tug-of-war continues over the Mumbai seats. Summer of 24 likely to be too hot to handle as the weatherman predicts extreme weather conditions from April until June. Central and South India to be the worst hit. However, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana and Chandigarh are likely to be spared. Welcome back. The big political story. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in Karnataka. He is going to be holding a massive roadshow today. This, of course, is the BJP looks to once again regain lost momentum in the state of Karnataka. My colleague Pratibha joins us with the very latest. Pratibha, it is a huge roadshow that has been planned. What's the plan as far as Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka is concerned today?
Well, in fact, we are told that Mr. Amit Shah would be holding a meeting with the JDS as well as the BJP leaders today to iron out the strategies as well as chalk out plans for the campaign. By holding a meeting with both of them, it started off at around 10 a.m. Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy stepped in at around 11:30, 12, and the meeting was on quite a brainstorming session of sorts that took place at the Taj West End Hotel in Bengaluru. And from here on, he would be heading to the Bengaluru Palace grounds, where there would be a convention that will be held, where he would be meeting leaders of 6 Lok Sabha constituencies. The intention of this meeting is to not just sound the poll bugle this evening, but also to iron out various differences and as well quell rebellion that has been brewing within the party of the BJP. So a core committee meeting, and after which he would be sounding the poll bugle in one of the high-profile constituencies, which is the Bengaluru Rural, which will be seeing a fight between Congress veteran D.K. Suresh and the son-in-law of former PM H.D. Deve Gowda, Mr. Manjunath, who would be fighting on a BJP ticket. It is the Channapatna area, which is around 1.5 hours from here, from Bengaluru, where there would be a 3-kilometer roadshow that will be held this evening. This sends out 2 messages. One, how the BJP stands with the JDS in this particular election, and 2 is to start off the campaign strategy from Bengaluru Rural, which is, remember, the lone constituency which voted for the Congress as far as 2019 Lok Sabha election is concerned. So this time the BJP trying to leave no stone unturned as far as the campaign strategies as well as the campaign for the Lok Sabha election in Karnataka is concerned. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. So, a 3-kilometer roadshow that has been planned this evening. Of course, Amit Shah is set to launch the Lok Sabha campaign in Karnataka. And well, let's now shift our focus from Karnataka, I beg your pardon, to Maharashtra and get you the latest as far as the Maharashtra NDA seat sharing agreement is concerned. Sources have indicated to NDTV that the dispute over a few seats in Mumbai continues. However, the main dispute over the 7 seats between the Maharashtra NDA allies appears to be nearing an end. Sources have indicated that the BJP is likely to get Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg as well as Palghar. The BJP will also get Satara, which was, remember, being eyed by the NCP's Jeet Pawar. We're also learning that the Shinde Sena is likely to get Aurangabad and Thane, while Jeet Pawar NCP is likely to get Osmanabad and Nasik. So the seat sharing there between the Mahayuti partners likely to now be ironed out soon. Radhika has the details. Radhika is joining us live at the moment. So Radhika, the deal appears to be all but done.
Yes, that's what it looks like. In fact, there has been consensus reached over several of the disputed seats, which include at least about 7 to 8 seats. We know for a fact that announcements have been made for over 30 to 35 seats as far as the entire Mahayuti is concerned. There were disputes over 8 seats. There's still dispute over a few seats within Mumbai, including South Mumbai. That needs to be ironed out at this point. But as far as the other seats are concerned, which include Aurangabad, Satara, Palghar, Osmanabad, Nasik, consensus has been reached. BJP to get 3 of those, which include Satara, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar. As far as NCP is concerned, they will get Osmanabad as well as Nasik, and Aurangabad and Thane to go to Sena. Now, as far as Satara is concerned, both both the NCP and BJP had been staking claim. However, BJP has managed to get it. Even as far as Sindhudurg is concerned, Sena had been staking claim, but it has gone to BJP. In fact, Nasik is going to NCP after much tug of war. In fact, we believe that Chhagan Bhujbal will be fielded from Nasik, although that seat has a sitting MP from Sena who'd been putting a lot of pressure, but despite that, looks like that seat is going to go to NCP. At this point, also the seat such as Thane, we know for a fact that is Eknath Shinde's bastion.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Radhika. Apologies for having interrupted you, but Prime Minister Modi is in fact addressing a rally in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand, and we're going to dip in and listen in to the Prime Minister.
देवभूमि का ये आशीर्वाद ये मेरी बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। देवभूमि के हर गांव से मुझे आपका जो प्यार मिल रहा है, आपके आशीर्वाद मिल रहे हैं, मैं इसके लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। भाइयों बहनों, और ये चुनावी सभा भी ऐसे क्षेत्र में हो रही है जिसे मिनी इंडिया कहा जाता है। और एक प्रकार से ये देवभूमि के भी आशीर्वाद है और मिनी इंडिया के भी आशीर्वाद है। मैं जब भी उत्तराखंड की पवित्र धरती पर आता हूं, खुद को बहुत धन्य महसूस करता हूं। और इसीलिए ही मेरे दिल की गहराई से एक बात निकली थी और मैंने एक बार यहां कहा भी था, देवभूमि के ध्यान से ही, देवभूमि के ध्यान से ही मैं सदा धन्य हो जाता हूं। हाय भाग्य मेरा, हाय भाग्य मेरा, सौभाग्य मेरा, मैं तुमको शीश नवाता हूं। साथियों, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के प्रति भाजपा का जो प्रेम है, जो अपनत्व है, वो जग जाहिर है। हमें उत्तराखंड को विकसित बनाना है, सबसे आगे लेकर जाना है, और इसके लिए केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में जितना विकास उत्तराखंड का हुआ है, उतना आजादी के बाद के 60-65 साल में भी नहीं हुआ है। आज उत्तराखंड हर प्रकार की आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ रहा है। उत्तराखंड में भाजपा ने गरीबों को 85,000 पक्के घर बनाकर दिए हैं। उत्तराखंड में भाजपा ने 12 लाख घरों तक पानी का कनेक्शन पहुंचाया है। यहां भाजपा सरकार ने 5.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालयों का निर्माण कराया है। यहां की 5 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाओं को उज्ज्वला गैस मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन दिया गया है। यहां करीब 3 लाख लोगों को स्वामित्व योजना के तहत उनकी प्रॉपर्टी के कार्ड दिए गए हैं। उत्तराखंड के 35 लाख लोगों के पास पहले बैंक में खाते तक नहीं थे। भाजपा सरकार ने 35 लाख लोगों के बैंक खाते खुलवाए हैं, उन्होंने बैंकों से जोड़ा। भाजपा सरकार ने उत्तराखंड के छोटे किसानों के बैंक खातों में 2,200 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा सीधे भेजे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, ये सूची बहुत लंबी है, लेकिन मैं इसमें आपका ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता। लेकिन इतने सारे काम कैसे होते हैं? जब नीयत सही होती है, जब नीयत सही होती है तो ऐसे ही काम होते हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, नीयत सही तो नतीजे भी सही। साथियों, आप जानते हैं कि मोदी ने भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने की गारंटी दी है। तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत का मतलब है लोगों की कमाई बढ़ेगी, लोगों को नौकरी के अवसर बढ़ेंगे, गांव हो शहर हो सुविधा बढ़ेगी और इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ ये देवभूमि मेरे उत्तराखंड को भी होगा। और आप जानते हैं, मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। अब याद कीजिए, मैंने आपसे कहा था कि यहां एम्स का सैटेलाइट सेंटर बनेगा। मैंने ये गारंटी पूरी करके दिखाई। बाबा केदार के आशीर्वाद से मेरे मुंह से निकला था, ये दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक होने वाला है। कमल निशान पर पड़ा आपका हर वोट इसी संकल्प को और सशक्त करेगा। साथियों, मोदी की गारंटी ने उत्तराखंड के घर घर में सुविधा पहुंचाई है, लोगों का स्वाभिमान बढ़ाया है। अब तीसरे टर्म में आपका ये बेटा एक और बड़ा काम करने जा रहा है। मेरा लक्ष्य है आपको 24 घंटे बिजली मिले, बिजली का बिल 0 हो, बिजली का बिल 0 हो और बिजली से कमाई भी हो। इसके लिए मोदी ने पीएम सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना शुरू की है। इसके तहत छत पर सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए सरकार मदद दे रही है। इससे जो एक मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार होता है, जिसके घर में 3-4 पंखे हो, 1-2 एसी हो, वॉशिंग मशीन हो, रेफ्रिजरेटर हो, एक छोटी सी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के चार्जिंग की बात हो, तो करीब करीब उसको 300 यूनिट बिजली खपती है। ये 300 यूनिट तो मुफ्त मिलेगी और जरूरत से ज्यादा जो बिजली होगी उसको सरकार खरीदेगी और आपको उससे कमाई होगी। क्या आप इस योजना का लाभ लेंगे? जीरो बिल वाली योजना का लाभ लेंगे? तो उसकी एप्लीकेशन कर दीजिए। उसका एप्लीकेशन का काम चालू है। आपके इस सेवक ने बहनों के लिए नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना भी बनाई है। इसके तहत महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह को लाखों रुपयों का ड्रोन दिया जा रहा है। और हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है, गांव-गांव हमारी बहनें ड्रोन पायलट बन रही है। इसका भी बड़ा लाभ यहां देवभूमि मेरे उत्तराखंड की बहनों बेटियों को भी होगा। साथियों, आपको लगता होगा इतना सारा काम मोदी कर रहा है, घर घर कुछ न कुछ पहुंच रहा है, तो ये मोदी थकता क्यों नहीं है? ये मोदी रुकता क्यों नहीं है? अरे कोई और होता तो मौज करता। मोदी मौज करने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है, मोदी मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। मोदी आपके लिए मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। और इसलिए मेरे भाइयों बहनों, ये जो 10 साल में हुआ है ना, पहले वालों से बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है। हर कोई मानता है, लेकिन मोदी नहीं मानता है। मोदी तो कहता है ये 10 साल में जो विकास हुआ है ना, वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर। अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना है। अभी तो हमें देश को बहुत आगे लेकर जाना है और तब तक न रुकना है न थकना है। और अभी तो हमें ये हमारे उत्तराखंड को भी बहुत 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 आगे लेकर के जाना है। मेरा प्रयास है कि केदार खंड की तरह ही मानस खंड से भी देश और दुनिया और अधिक परिचित हो। पिछले वर्ष मैं आदि कैलाश गया था, तब पूरे देश ने इस क्षेत्र के अद्भुत सामर्थ्य को देखा था। और अभी मुझे अजय जी बता रहे थे कि पहले तो आदि कैलाश को कोई जानता नहीं था। कभी कभार लोग आते थे, संख्या मुश्किल से 5000 होती थी। अब ये आंकड़ा लाखों में पहुंच रहा है। साथियों, खेती हो, पर्यटन हो या फिर इंडस्ट्री, इस क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व संभावनाएं बनने जा रही है। मैं उत्तराखंड के नौजवानों से कहूंगा, मेरे हर भाई बहन से मैं कहना चाहूंगा, आपका सपना ही मोदी का संकल्प है। बीते वर्षों में यहां से पलायन रुका है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब रोजगार के लिए शहर गए साथी वापस लौटेंगे। भाई और बहनों, मोदी के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या
उत्तराखंड के लोग भूल नहीं सकते कि इसी कांग्रेस ने देश के वीर सपूत स्वर्गीय बिपिन रावत जी तक का अपमान किया था। ऐसी कांग्रेस से देशभक्ति की भाषा, उनकी देशभक्ति की बातें किसी के गले उतरती नहीं है। साथियों, कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण के दलदल में ऐसा धंस गई है कि कभी देश हित का सोच ही नहीं सकते। यही कांग्रेस है जो घुसपैठियों को बढ़ावा देती है, लेकिन जब भाजपा सीएए के माध्यम से मां भारती में आस्था रखने वालों को भारत की नागरिकता देती है, तो कांग्रेस को सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ होती है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the centre in the dock over the Patanjali misleading ads case. Ramdev apologized in the court, but the Supreme Court said, "We don't accept the apology, we'll initiate contempt action." Arvind Kejriwal in jail, and AAP Minister Atishi claims she, along with 2 others, is next. Says that the BJP has made them an offer to join or go to jail. Kejriwal has exposed his own ministers, retorts the BJP. The centre and the DGCA have stepped into the Vistara chaos controversy as flight disruptions now amount to 36 since today morning. Is the summer of 2024 going to be too hot to handle? The Met Department has predicted extreme April to June heat. Central and South India are likely to be the worst hit. However, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana and Chandigarh are likely to be spared.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 litre, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 litre. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are...
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
On the Vistara flight disruptions, the centre has sought a detailed report from the airline. This after over 36 Vistara flights have been affected. Since the morning, NDTV Profit gets us an inside track of the Vistara chaos as several pilots call in sick. The Supreme Court puts Ramdev and the centre in the dock, asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut on the Patanjali misleading ads case. Ramdev apologizes to the Supreme Court, but the top court says we don't accept apology, will initiate contempt action. With Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in jail, Aam Aadmi Party minister claims that she's next. Atishi says 4 more AAP leaders will be arrested. BJP hits back, says Kejriwal has exposed his own minister. 3 female students of West Bengal's Visva Bharati University alleged sexual harassment by a visiting professor. The professor denies it, alleges a conspiracy. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal. The Ministry of External Affairs hits back, says China's senseless attempts to rename places, rejects China's renaming of places in Arunachal Pradesh. And Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya starts her poll campaign. Rohini is contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy from Saran, and she kicks off her election campaign today. welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story now, the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding the flight cancellations and major delays. Remember, this has caused massive disruption for many passengers. The minister has also asked the airline to the steps that they're taking to deal with the inconvenience that they're causing to passengers across the country. This after at least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under the non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi, 11 from Bengaluru were among those that were cancelled. This comes after more than 50 Vistara flights were cancelled yesterday and about 160 delayed. In fact, many of the passengers had complained of poor communication from the airline and the hours-long wait at the airport and slammed the airline for harassing passengers. In fact, Vistara has put out a statement in which they've said that they accept this massive flight cancellations. It says the cancellation is due to the crew unavailability and decided to temporarily reduce the number of flights, offering alternate flight options as well as refunds, also claiming that they have deployed larger aircrafts on select domestic routes to combine flights or accommodate more number of customers wherever possible. Vistara has also said, furthermore, we are offering alternate flight options or refunds to affected customers as applicable. And once again, we understand that these disruptions have caused immense discomfort to our customers. Vistara putting out that statement, but NDTV profits, Aditya Rao gets us the inside details about this chaos playing out in Vistara, with several pilots calling in sick as they're protesting the revised salary structure.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Well, let's go across to Sujata Dwivedi now, who joins us from the Mumbai airport. What's the situation now, Sujata? Have things settled down? Are passengers more aware? Many of them no longer coming to the airport as they've been informed beforehand about their flight status.
Well, yes, and the flight disruption seems to be being taken forward, where the one-on-one and flights are being cancelled, whereas also there is a delay that could be seen in the flight. But now what we get to know is that there is a help desk that has been set up, and also people are being informed either on their WhatsApp or their contact numbers via text messaging that their flights are delayed, and also the team has asked them to reach at a particular time when the flight will take off. So this is somewhere a step that has been taken to lessen the harassment that the passengers are going through, and also after the outrage on social media that could be seen, where the passengers were clearly unhappy with the services that they were getting from the airlines. And now that since morning 15 flights from Bombay have been cancelled, 10 from New Delhi and 5 each from Bangalore and Kolkata is what we get to know. And aim is this, here in Mumbai 15 flights cancelled and many of them are delayed, which is why we see no passengers coming here and waiting at the airport for long hours. But also they have been informed, which is a good step, but the flight delays and cancellation seems to be going on, and today being the day 2, there's still the cancellation of flights that are expected. And also as per the release, it was stated that either the passengers will be provided with an alternative flight or they will be given a full refund as per the terms and conditions that are laid forward. So aim is this, we are expecting the passengers to come when and where the time has been provided to them. And also at the same time, at present Vistara Airlines is currently working upon to make sure that the passengers are in a good state of mind, where all the frustration could be seen being vented out on social media platforms. And also now that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked for a report for the cancellation of more than 100 flights in the last week, and also more are to be coming in the upcoming days. And the reason that is being coming out is now the salary structure that has been changed for the pilots and the cabin crew.
Right, so many of them are not coming in because of their unhappiness over the salary structure. But Sujata, has it helped with the Civil Aviation Ministry now stepping in with Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia asking for a detailed report? So can we expect the situation to better and Vistara to do more for the passengers?
Absolutely. And also talking about that, the Vistara Airlines, in an updated statement that it put forward, it clearly stated that they will be working towards providing better services to the customers, and be it making sure that there are merger flights that are being made available for the passengers, or also a full refund or a good alternative flight is what is other options that were put forward before the passengers. And also at the same time, now that the Ministry of Central Aviation has stepped in, considering it as a serious matter, because on one end the passengers were clearly seeming unhappy and also in frustration with this entire incident turning up, where they used to come to the airport at the given time, and later after waiting for 8 to 10 hours they found out that their flights were cancelled. And this eventually was not a good put forward thing by the airlines, for which the passengers even complained on social media. And now that the ministry has stepped in and asked for a detailed report, somewhere the reason behind it has to be put forward, because not only the passengers but also the internal team of the Vistara Airlines seems to be unhappy with the entire conduct that is currently being seen, where the salary structure being changed ahead of the merger, and also at the same time where the cabin crew have also applied for sick leave, and pilots amongst them. So at this point of time, on one end, passengers unhappy, cabin crew and pilots unhappy. So of course, there is a proper action that is required, for which the Central Aviation Ministry had to step in. And now that Scindia is finally in and questioning and needs a report on the same, Vistara already has assured the people for action, and now they will hopefully do so. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Sujata, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to other news now, and be ready for action is what the Supreme Court said to Ramdev in the case of misleading ads. The Supreme Court today came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurved's co-founder Ramdev and managing director Balakrishna for their absolute defiance in not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading advertisements. Not just the Supreme Court, every order passed by the courts across the country has to be respected. This is absolute defiance, is what the top court said today. The top court observed that advertisements issued by Patanjali are in the teeth of law of the land and be ready for action, is what the Supreme Court has told them. The Supreme Court also pulled up the center for not taking action and said they were sitting with their eyes shut. We are wondering why the government chose to keep their eyes shut, is what the bench said. The Supreme Court also asked Ramdev and Balakrishna to be present in the court on April 10th. That's the next day of hearing in the matter, and have said to be ready for action. Let's go go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, the Supreme Court had some very tough words for Ramdev Balakrishna as well as for the centre. And now on the 10th, they've said be ready for some action.
That's right. First, of course, on the centre, in particular, the Health Ministry, the Ayush Department, on why they shut their eyes, why they didn't take action when they said that there was a cure and gave misleading ads. What steps did they take? Did they issue a clarification? What was the Health Secretary doing? What was the Ayush Department doing? They have a lot to answer, they said. And also, more importantly, saying when that people were dying at that time, what action was contemplated, when, we are talking about 2020 and beyond that for 2022 when we issued notices. Having said that, Baba Ramdev was there present along with the, Mr. Balakrishnan, both of them present in the court. They were asked to sit down and they heard the counsels, and from the, for nearly an hour, they grilled them. And when I say grilled, they really tore the counsels of both Baba Ramdev as well as Balakrishnan to pieces, saying that they hadn't come with an apology. What do you mean by saying that you come here to submit an apology? And why was your affidavit not in order? And then went into the affidavit piece by piece to say that it really contemplates into perjury. And various points of how their media department had said that they are not aware of any Supreme Court order, and making it clear, Justice Seema Kohli said that from the bottom of the line, everybody from top to down, everybody should know about the Supreme Court order, and it should be driven down. So clearly the councils themselves saying that there is a lacuna on our part. We apologize for the same, and both judges extremely sharp on Baba Ramdev as well as Mr. Balakrishnan. They've asked them to file their replies, their apologies, whatever they want to. They refuse to accept it today, and asked them to be personally present once again the Supreme Court on the 10th when they hear this matter. This, of course, after the Solicitor General himself had to intervene, saying that I'm an officer of the court to cool things off and take action in terms of, the Health Secretary, or for that matter, the Ayush Department, who have turned a blind eye to the acts of omission and commission of Patanjali, claiming, that they have been able to have medical cures without any scientific evidence or basis. Because this affects not people like you and me, but millions others who are blindly believing these products and buying it.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So some tough words there from the Supreme Court for Ramdev, and now the next hearing on the 10th. News from West Bengal now, where 3 women students of the Vishwa Bharati University complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students alleged that the professor had sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students filed a complaint with the police, and an FIR has also been registered. The students also complained to the Internal Complaints Committee. Now, the professor, who teaches Arabic, denied these allegations against him. Instead, he said that it is a conspiracy against him.
নাম এগুলো লিখিনি, এগুলো পুরো ভিত্তিহীন। আমরা দপ্তরের তালা মেরে বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছি কেন সেটা বলতে পারবো না ওরা কেন বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে, বাট ওরা জোর করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করে। এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই, আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই, গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো, যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্টেরও পেপার নয়, সেই পেপারগুলো তো ওরা ফেল করে যায়। তো সেই চার্জ আমার উপরে আসে যে আমি নাকি ওদেরকে ফেল করিয়েছি। যে এক্সামের কোশ্চেন ডিপার্টমেন্ট বানায় না, যে এক্সামের খাতাও ডিপার্টমেন্ট চেক করে না, সেই এক্সামের নাকি ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে ফেল করানো হয়েছে। মানে এগুলো জাস্ট মিথ্যা অভিযোগ, ভিত্তিহীন অভিযোগ।
আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের বলতে উনি যেভাবে আমাদেরকে মেন্টালি টর্চার করছেন দিনের পর দিন, সেটার জন্য আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের করেছি, যাতে ওনার এই যে অধিকারটার জন্য উনি এত বড় বড় আমাদেরকে থ্রেট দিচ্ছেন বা যাই করছেন, এই অধিকার যেন ওনার কাছ থেকে ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া হয়। এটা তো চলেই আসছে, প্রেপারেটরি থেকেই চলে আসছে, কিন্তু এখন দিনের পর দিন জিনিসটা আরো বেশি ভাবে হচ্ছে, এমন ভাবেই হচ্ছে যে আমাদের দেওয়ালে পিঠ ঠেকে যাওয়ার মতন, আর আমরা এটাকে সহ্য করতে পারছি না। উনি বারবার করে ভয় দেখান, উনি বারবার করে বলেন যে ব্যাক দেওয়ার কথা, বারবার করে ফেল করার কথা বলেন, 4 বছর নষ্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা বলেন। এগুলো বলে পরে উনি আমাদের সাথে অন্য কিছু আমাদের থেকে অন্য কিছু এক্সপেক্ট করেন। তো এগুলো তো সবসময় সম্ভব হয়ে ওঠে না, না মানে এগুলো তো একটা স্টুডেন্টের পক্ষে মেনে নেওয়া অসম্ভব। তো এবার আমাদের কাছে রাস্তা, উনি যদি এরকম করে আমাদেরকে চাপ দিতে থাকেন তাহলে আমাদের মাথায় তো অন্য কিছু আসছে। থানাতে এফআইআর করলাম, শান্তিনিকেতন থানায়, মহিলা থানায়।
মেন্টালি যেটা মেসেজ করে উনি পার্সোনাল হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, তো উনি আমাদের ব্যাগ দেওয়ার থ্রেট দেন। আবার এক্সাম দেওয়ার 2 দিন পরই বলে যে আপনি তুমি ব্যাগ পেয়েছো এরকম করে, কারণ 2 দিনের মধ্যে খাতা চেকের সম্ভব না, আর 2 দিনের মধ্যে কেউ বলতেও পারবে না যে ব্যাগ পেয়েছে। তো আর তা আবার অন্য সাবজেক্টের, একই সাবজেক্ট না, এরকম দেয়। আবার তার মধ্যে মেসেজ করে যে যে আপনি বাড়িতে বলেছো কিনা ব্যাগ পাওয়ার, এরকম পার্সোনালি মেসেজ। তারপর বলে এরপরে যদি আবার ব্যাগ পাও তাহলে কি করবে। তারপর আমাকে ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে আমার বাড়ির অ্যাড্রেস পর্যন্ত জিজ্ঞেস করেছে যে বাড়ি কোথায়, তোমার বান্ধবীর বাড়ি কোথায়, এরকম করে। তার মধ্যে 10 তারিখে, মার্চের 10 তারিখে আমাদের একটা কলেজে একটা গান্ধী কিছু একটা ছিল, তো সেই দিন আমরা গেছিলাম। তো উনি পার্সোনালি রুমে ডেকে আমাকে কচুরিও পর্যন্ত খাইয়ে দিয়েছেন, মানে হট করে, যেটা মানে সাডেনলি যেটা হয়, দেন টাচ করেছে এরকম টাইপের। এবার
Well, let's go across to Saurabh now for more on this. And Saurabh, police investigating the students, making these claims, the professor, however, denying it, and now a matter of the police investigation.
That's right. This has become a police investigation with the filing of the complaint, and also we believe that the internal complaints committee of the university has also, taken up an investigation, given the fact that this has also reached the ICC. The professor, of course, has denied all charges that have been made by the students. Earlier, there was a little bit of a protest by the students as well, and this has taken place in one of the schools under the Vishwabharati, university. And what we understand is that the professor is, of course, a teacher of the Arabic language, and the students say that has been going on for some while, and only once their backs were against the wall that they managed to complain. The professor says that he was very strict during the invigilation duty, and he would always guard them, and that is why these allegations have been made against him. And he also says that he has a copy of the WhatsApp chats that were the basis of this allegation, and he says there is nothing that is suggestive in those chats that amount to the charges of the complainants in this case. The complainants in this case are students of the university, and therefore the police have also registered a complaint based on the complaint they have received from the students.
All right, so very serious charges made by those students now being investigated. The professor, however, clearly denying it. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Home Minister Amit Shah in Karnataka will get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
much talking but very little being said. Too mmany voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company say
Welcome back. Let's get your election news now. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah has set foot in Karnataka to sound the poll bugle ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. He's holding a series of meetings with the BJP and JDS leaders in Bengaluru. He'll then hold a convention with 5 Lok Sabha constituency leaders at the palace grounds, followed by a core committee meeting with the BJP state leadership. A 3-kilometer road show will take place this evening at Channapatna, which falls in one of the high-profile constituencies, Bengaluru Rural. Amit Shah is all set to embark on the election campaign journey in the state with the lone constituency that won the Congress during 2019 Lok Sabha election. And let's get you news of the Prime Minister, who was in Uttarakhand, and later he'll be in Rajasthan's Kotputli to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the desert state. The Prime Minister will address a rally there in the afternoon in support of BJP veteran Rao Rajendra Singh, who takes on Congress's Anil Chopra. The seat of Jaipur rural area was held by Rajavardhan Rathore, who is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. The Prime Minister is expected to set the tone and tenor for the BJP's campaign in the state, and Kotputli has been strategically chosen as it borders a key constituency, Dausa, Churu, Jhunjhunu, Alwar and Sikar. So the Prime Minister, who was in Uttarakhand earlier, he addressed a rally a short while ago in Uttarakhand, and now he will be coming to Rajasthan to launch the campaign in Rajasthan ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. He will be holding the first Lok Sabha poll rally. He will campaign in Kotputli in Rajasthan. Kotputli considered a gateway to the desert state. In some breaking news now coming in from Gurugram in Haryana, the District Food Safety Department has taken action against the restaurant that had served a mouth freshener that turned out to be dry ice to customers. Now some action has been taken, and the license of La Foresta restaurant in Sector 90 has been revoked. Remember, this video had gone viral at the time, which showed customers following dinner had been offered mouth freshener by the restaurant, which turned out to be dry ice, and it caused immense medical problems for them. They had to be rushed to the hospital, and it was 5 of the customers who were affected in this incident. So now the Food and Safety Department cancelled the license of La Foresta restaurant. It was said later by the restaurant that one of their staff had inadvertently, that a packet of dry ice had fallen down and perhaps had been put on the counter and then mixed with the mouth freshener, had been put on the tray with mouth fresheners and then offered to the customers. However, this was horrifying footage that had gone viral at the time that showed the kind of distress the customers were going through after they had eaten this dry ice ice and put it in their mouth, and they were facing this sort of very serious medical situation. They were then rushed to the hospital. In fact, one of the complaints of the customers was that the restaurant did not even help in this emergency situation, and they all had to act themselves and take the five customers to the hospital, where some were even in a very serious condition for some time. So now the Food Safety Department stepping in there after their inquiry has been done and cancelling the license of La Foresta. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, this was a very shocking incident, and one couldn't understand how these customers had been served this dry ice. Finally, after investigation, now the Food Safety Department has cancelled the license.
This restaurant had allegedly served dry ice as mouth freshener, and after that, the District Food Health Department had served them notice to come up and explain to the department that whether they are sort of serving adulterated or unsafe food, and why dry ice was mixed with the mouth freshener, which was served to the people there. 5 people were hospitalized after consuming it. But the food safety officer expressed the skepticism surrounding the hygienic conditions as proposed in the Food Safety and Standards Act. And this particular notice was served last month on 7th of March. So almost they were